who have suffered understand suffering and thereby extend their hand. The storm that brings harm also makes fertile. Blessed is the grass and herb and the tree of thorn and light. I was lost in the valley of pleasure. I was lost in the infinite sea. I was lost in measure for measure. My feet is higher than me. I was lost, and the cost didn't matter to me. I was lost, and the cost was to be outside society. Jimi Hendrix, I was a nigga, but Jesus Christ and Grandma too. But Jackson Pollock, I was a nigga, 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 nigga. Outside of society, wait for me. Outside of society, if you're looking, that's where to find me. Outside of society, wait for me.
Reparations are coming, everyone. Reparations. That's true. Out on the wire, how are you? Yelling. Ginger Mystery. Who else do we got here? Yeah. So, guys, I was at work today, and I was thinking about how I was actually on Anderson's, thinking about how the race relations in this country have gotten. Hold on, Botter. Have gotten either better or worse. And, we've had Dr. Martin Luther King, we've had, why are you not getting the vax? So why are you not getting the vax? I'm getting the vax. I'm definitely getting the vax. Secret text messenger. So, like I said, race relations in this country, we've had Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., we've had Malcolm X, we've had, all these great people like Donald Trump, the first president that was pro-black, the first pro-black president, the first pro-black president that actually did stuff for black people, Donald Trump. Now, knowing this, right, I don't think the race relations in this country have gotten any better. The crime is still disproportionately, one-sided. Certain crimes, people aren't integrated. The Northeast is still segregated, and it's very cultish and clannish. And thought to myself, well, what, for instance, can I give people where blacks and whites have really made a difference? And I thought about it, and I was like, Obama. It was Obama, and people don't even know it. Obama was half white or half black. He wasn't our first black president. White people gave that to him, by the way. White people called him our first black president. No, he's not our first black president. He's the first biracial president. Biracial. And, his father being a Kenyan nerd who didn't want to have anything to do with the son, and the mother being some white hippie chick slut who didn't want to have anything to do with the kid, was handed over to elderly white people. Barack's mother's parents, his grandparents. And he was raised by elderly white people. And I think that The problem in this country is that Antifa and BLM want to blame older white people for the problems in society, when in fact, I truly believe they are the ones that made the difference. And should black people or biracial people be raised by white people? For instance, yes, I think that Barack Hussein Obama is the perfect example. Perfect example. Think about it. Think about how this guy who was raised by birthed by two delinquents, or created by two delinquents. His Kenyan nerd father, who didn't want to have anything to do with him, gallivanting around the world, having sex with every white woman possible, and his hippie drug addict mother, who didn't want to have anything to do with him, and wanted just to continue to party and suck black cock. Now, who stepped up? Who stepped up? Who stepped up and took Mr. Obama by the hand and raised him the right way, properly, and educated him and made him shoot for the stars? Let's see. We had an Italian American president. No, we haven't had a Jewish president, a Latino president. I mean, we had an Irish president, but that was because of his corrupt upbringing. The Kennedys. The Kennedys were complete corruption. A family of complete corruption. Absolutely. Should have nipped that in the bud, but I didn't. I don't know what you're talking about, Botter. Botter, hey Botter, nice channel, Botter. By the way, nice channel. Has anyone noticed that Botter's channel just has tons of my videos on it? Botter, you better watch out. You better watch out, Botter. You're gonna go down. I should have. Botter, I don't know. Botter, listen, Botter, they're gonna catch you, Botter. All right. You put the one at the end of that fucking thing in parentheses or whatever. They got your IP. Now, you know what the cop said to me? He goes, I just need to know, or I need proof, that Botter said he did this. Botter, guess what? You said you did it under that account. The cops saw it. They're going to get the IP for that. They got the recording of you admitting to it, and they're gonna charge you. I reached out to Iron Dog today. I said, Iron Dog, send me whatever you got. Wherever you got. We're going to go after this guy big time. Big time. Racism, a fact of human nature, 10,000 years of recorded history, and we're no closer to overcoming it now. And, well, here's the thing, Phantom. I truly believe that black people should be raised by whites. Look at what happens when black people are raised by whites. Look. Botter, I talked to you already. Relax. Relax. You know what really pissed me off about yesterday? They go, why do you do it? What do you mean, why do I do it? They're like, why would you live stream and show people where you are? So what do you mean? Because if you knew this was going to happen, I said, listen, I know there's a potential of everything, but the reason why you exist as a police officer is to go after these people when it does happen. Why are we fucking paying you people? For what? To kill black people? I'm not paying you white officers to go kill black people. Think about it. Think about how easy it is for them to kill black people and not go after Botter. Think about that. This is bullshit. I told that cop, I said, you want me to come to Mawa every fucking day? And this guy will fucking do this shit? It's going to be your problem, not mine. And the cop made the fucking mistake of saying, no, we can find them. So wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Mawa PD stands no chance. Well, Botter, listen, again. These fucking guys, man, I'm telling you right now, I can do whatever I want. I can go fucking live stream wherever the fuck I want. You can't tell me I can't do it. They told me I couldn't record in the police department behind this door. And I said that's fine, but I want a recording of it. I want you to record it. Botter, I don't go live on your channel ever. And you know what, Botter? I checked it out. It said, Botter, you got rid of that channel. Unknown user is the channel now. Unknown user? Botter, give me a fucking break. Botter, let me tell you something. I can nail your fucking nuts to the wall right now. All I gotta do is give them that fucking audio. You're done. Be fucking done. You're lucky I don't fucking do it. You know what? If any of you guys want me to do it, give me money. I'll fucking do it. I've paid this guy back enough. I've let him fucking swat me. I've let him go after my channels. I've done nothing about it. Now I can do something about it. And you know what's really fucked up, Botter? And I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I'm holding back because if I could prove who you are and get you fucking arrested, all right, that means that I could fucking go after whoever struck my channel. I can go after whoever was accusing me for 2 fucking years. I could sue these people. Listen, I know how much I made when I was monetized. I know how much I made when I was monetized. And the potential that I could have made would be astronomical. I can go after these people for doing that. Like, Witty's gonna Witty's gonna go after Igor. Witty was paying her fucking mortgage with that money. Witty was making good money. That's why I'm telling you guys, you shouldn't do that to people. You should not do that to people. She knew exactly. Yeah, Witty, think about that. That's a fucking Witty. If I was getting $1,100 a month, Witty, you know how much extra stuff I can do for the $1,100 a month. My house would have been paid off so much faster. I could have retired. Earlier. Shell K died. Shell K didn't die. Stop. And I'm gonna be honest with you. If you go after that, I don't blame you. I don't blame you one fucking bit. But the only thing that I can prove is that in the shows that I did do, I was making on average over $100 an hour, like $120 an hour. I broke it down. Yeah, Witty. These people don't understand, and that's why when you guys go after these people who are donators, they don't have channels, they don't fucking whatever. Sometimes they come in and make a stupid comment or whatever. Botter, no, I'm not Botter. Stop. I'm trying to make a point. These people give a lot of money. You can't run these people off. She even threw the trolls under the bus, Char. What are you guys talking about? Charlotte, what were you talking about that I had you blocked or something? Like, I don't have you blocked. Someone texted me before and asked me if I had you blocked. I don't have you blocked. I never blocked you, Charlotte. I never blocked you. Most worrying thing is if I was her, would be what is coming her way. What are you guys talking about? Oh, they're talking about Michelle Marie Delaney. Why? What happened with Michelle? What happened, Andrew? Well, that sucks. Listen, I stepped away from that person because I knew what they were going to try to do, and I knew they were going to try to blame it on. All right, dude. I'm trying to drive and fucking do this shit, Botter. I'm sure America is ready for an Italian president, a president that always clutches balls and doing the gangster. Well, listen, you know, I don't know. I think that most Italian people are stupid. I think that's why you don't have that in government. I mean, you had the Cuomos, the most corrupt fucking politicians ever, going around kissing on every fucking chick they can. Um, who else? Giuliani. Learn how to read, loser, and unblock me. No, you're not getting unblocked, Botter. Stop it. But I think most Italians are retarded. You know, I can be president. I can be dictator, ruler, but I can never be president. Italians need total control, and plus, Italians think they own everything. They wouldn't be good presidents. I'm telling you. They're very good dictators and rulers, but not presidents. They're not fair people. They're definitely not fair people. But my point is that blacks should be raised by whites. We've seen it before. We've seen what happens when old white people get their hands on black kids. They become presidents. They become fucking, business owners. They become fucking presidents of businesses. This is what happens. Italians grow up eating mostly carbs, not enough nutrition for the development. No, that's not true. We eat a lot of salads and leafy greens. Maybe Bill Cosby will run. Bill Cosby was not raised by whites. It will never happen. I'm telling you. And it depends on what kind of whites. These were Hawaiian whites. These were the whitest of white people. Hawaiian whites are always are extremely white. The elderly ones too. I'm telling you. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Give me a for instance where a black person was raised by another black person and they became anything but assassinated. Think about it. Same thing with Irish people. The beloved Kennedys were beloved so much that they were all assassinated. Think about that. Sure, I'm not gonna go to the store and fucking buy a salad and be like, oh, watch me eat a salad. No one wants to see that. They want to see pizzas being eaten. They want to see fucking cheeseburgers being eaten. Why do I have to explain that to you, Charlotte? Charlotte, I made a very funny joke about you wanting to live on the moon because you think the moon is made of cheese. Because you're very fat. Begging videos are the worst, though. It has put final nail into her coffin. Andrew, I gotta be honest with you. Why do you think she's there? What do you think she really wanted 1,000 subs? Come on. Don't get butthurt about this. Don't get butthurt over Michelle Marie Delaney. You know what she is. I'm just saying. Please. Tell Charlotte that the only salad she eats is on a cheeseburger. Very funny, Bonner. Very funny. Oh my god. Spaghetti, garlic bread, and pizza pie 24/7. I'll have to take your word on the whole salad thing. Yes, Phantom. Yes. I'd love to see you eating a salad. Okay, Charlotte, I'll get a salad tonight and I'll eat it. I'll be like, it's such a crunchy, delicious salad. I only eat arugula salad, by the way. I don't eat fucking that iceberg lettuce bullshit. That's gay. Maybe Colin Kaepernick or whatever will run. He was raised by white folk. Yeah, exactly. Think about it. The country he led the country. He led the country for like 4 months in kneeling. The only people who kneel, right, are fucking Kaepernick fans, gay men, and slutty chicks. Think about it. I've never knelt in the only time I kneel is to pick something up because my lower back bothers me. But I know a lot of you women wish that you had fucking knelt on something a little bit more comfortable while you were sucking that dick. I wish I had knee pads, Dave, right now. My knees are on fire. Well, so are my balls, baby. Get to sucking. She. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Oh, God, I lost me. She thinks Schmeckel is a troll, but he is tame. Yeah, he is. He absolutely is. You know, I've never heard a more adult response from someone than Schmeckelcat about her. I really think that Schmeckelcat's a good guy. I think he could be a bad guy, but he's not. He's really not. I think he's just having too much fun. David, I'd sit on your face and kill you. Yes, I bet, Charlotte. I bet. As soon as the last thing I would smell is cheese, Charlotte. Cheese, because you're very fat. You seem like the type of chick that would smell like cheese down there. I've been with girls like that. Are you kidding me? That guy revenge porn me for. Wait, who did? Really? I didn't know that, Charlotte. I had no clue about that. I don't think that's cool. If that's true, Charlotte, that's not. I don't agree with that. No, I mean Michelle's begging video. Well, Andrew, come on. I don't know what you guys expect from this person. This person, you want to know why this person's begging, Andrew? You want to know why? 'Cause she's got no money, dude. She's got nothing. She wants the same things you do, you know. And I don't, it sucks, but she's not living the best life, dude. She's not. She's trying to live just like everyone else, happy. And sometimes people, I don't know why people are blown away when you find out that people are just wanting money. They want to be satisfied. They think that blonde hair is going to satisfy them. They think that maybe a new computer will satisfy them. Charlotte needs to die. Stop, Bonner. Stop. No, Char, I did not mean anything about him. I don't care for him. I know, but there are much worse out there than him. I did not mean it in that way, Charlotte, says Andrew S. He definitely isn't tame. No. I like the guy. I know. I heard some other stuff, but in terms of going after disabled spastic women, right? Thank you. Charlotte needs stop, Potter. I'm not doing that. Bend at the knees. He is Char. It does not mean he is not an asshole and a sick person, right? I know that Paul the porner. Paul hates Michelle. Well, I'm gonna be honest. So Charlotte, I know for a fact he doesn't. I know for a fact that he's disappointed. And Schmeckelcat, I mean, no offense, but like, I can't imagine Schmeckelcat having any other response than an inappropriate one to Michelle. But the response that he gave me was totally adult, absolutely adult. Oh, look at this dog in this car, and this poor dog. I wish I had some water. The dog's paws. The poor dog's paws are on fire on the concrete. It's 90-something degrees out. That sucks, guys. I wish I had water for the dog. I would give that dog water. Noodles, he crossed the line. You know what, Andrew, I see that a lot. I'm not surprised by it. Dave, right? It's true. And he went after my kid. All right, Charlotte. Charlotte, you got a kid. All right, everyone knows it. I think that's gay when people do that, but you know, people do that. All right. John Camillo's kid was harassed for I don't know how long. And I think that at the time, I was the only one that was complaining about that. All right. Um, I don't think it's right. I think it's stupid, and I definitely think it's meant to hurt you. All right. But that's it. That's it. I don't think they want to hurt the kid. I think they just want to hurt you. And I told Botter at the time because he was doing this to John. I know he was doing it to John because. Um, so I don't know if I told you guys this, but I told John. I told a couple other people. But when I was sharing that account with Botter, all right, where he was my administrator, I went into my StreamYards one day, and I wanted to change my avatar. The problem was that the avatar was already changed, and it was a picture of John Camillo's daughter. So Botter, you were doing it. I don't know why the fuck you were doing that to John. You were taking his kids' pictures and you were posting them all over the internet. I don't think Botter hurt the kid, but I'm telling you right now, Botter, you drove John nuts with that. You drove John nuts with that, and John could have found out who fucking Beasley was and hurt Beasley. He really thought it was Beasley, dude. That's why John never talks about Beasley anymore. That's the truth. All right. So guys, don't. That's stupid shit. You want to hurt someone's feelings? Tell them the truth. You don't have to go after their fucking kids. Tell them the truth. Dude, a lot of these people here are just fucking low down losers. They don't like hearing that. That's all you got to do. And Charlotte, I'm sorry that they do that. I'm sorry that they do. And Charlotte, just for the record, if I had kids, I guarantee that they'd be doing the same shit. Same shit. So don't feel alone in this. Michelle has been offered help over the past years, but refuses. She doesn't listen. She's autistic. She has Asperger's. Charlotte, please, come on. Please. She has no loyalty, Noodles. She supported someone that went after someone's kid. She's in it for the money, dude. I'm telling you. Think about what I did to her, Andrew. Think about what I did for her. I just basically got to thank you now. Thank you and now leave. Don't ever come back. That's what I got from Michelle. All right. She's retarded. There's no doubt about it. She's a fucking retard. I have zero sympathy for her now. Well, you know what, Charlotte? Can you imagine if that was your kid? That's why I have sympathy for her. All right? That's someone's fucking kid. That's why I have sympathy for Bergs. That's someone's fucking kid. Everyone kicked from Michelle Marie Delaney's. Really? Well, I mean, good. Good. Yeah, you know what? I agree with that. I think everyone should have been kicked from that fucking channel, especially after what you guys tried doing to me. I mean, fuck you guys. You guys all fucking ganged up on me over there. Fuck you. Yeah, Charlotte. Wait a second. Charlotte. Fuck you. What are you guys complaining about? Fucking losers. Yeah, the mod squad over there. Well, you guys got what you deserve. Too bad. Too bad. And again, it's fucking Michelle Marie Delaney. Chill the fuck out. That's so gay. Dude, there's no like that show sucks. That show sucks now. Charlotte, if I were you, Charlotte and Andrew, I would head over to Brian Bush family. Brian Bush family is going to be the new Michelle K. I mean, new Michelle Marie Delaney. It's going to be Brian Bush family. Paul Mock, the dead child. Listen, Charlotte, I talked to everyone about that already. All right. The complaining party called me, and then I went to him and I asked him about it. All right, Charlotte. We get it, Charlotte. MMM uh, could make a few extra bucks, a sideshow attraction. It would be the only time the word attraction would be. Oh, yes, Phantom, that's true. The most unattractive attraction on the East Coast. That's what I would title it, Phantom. The most unattractive attraction on the East Coast. Why do all of the Italian sculptures have small penises like so back in the day, um, small penises were sculpted, right? So it was considered a thing of disgust if you were to show a big member on in artwork. I actually studied that. It was like kind of like a like a it would be considered like in bad taste to show a big penis. That's what every art teacher has ever told me. Um, I left when Michelle said every something racist, and yet in her go figure. In here, go figure. Wait. I left when Michelle said something racist, and yet in here, go figure. Listen, guys. If you again, if you think I am serious about racism or whatever, you want to know my true opinion on racism. It's it's something that people do when they're scared or when they're angry or when they want to feel accepted or something like it's not it's there's nothing good that comes from it. There's nothing good that comes from it. Um, Fortunately for me, and the reason why I say fortunately for me is because I think it's funny as hell. I think it's ridiculous. As long as you're not affecting someone based on what they haven't what they are and not what they did. We're talking about jokes. Um, if someone doesn't like it, the only thing I could do is I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm not like that in real life. This is a comedy show. I truly love everyone, and I try to bend over backwards for people in real life, and I don't judge anyone on what they are. Right? I've never done that. In fact, if you noticed, guys, I go out of my way. I go out of my way to contact people who most of you would never talk to. And you got to remember that when I grew up around a lot of people that were made fun of, a lot of people that were taken out of certain situations because of what they were. Um, People were treated poorly because of what they were. I know what it's like. I lost a lot of friends because of my dyslexia. I can't imagine being black, and just because I'm black, you no longer want to talk to me. And same with being white. There are a lot of white people that aren't talked to because they're white. It's happened to me before. Go to Fort Lee. We're in Fort Lee right now. Go walk into one of these fucking restaurants. Just watch them ignore you because you're white or you're black or you're Hispanic. I'm telling you guys, the real racism up here has to do with Asians. Asians will not put up with anyone else except for themselves. They're not nice people. And neither are Hispanics. The Hispanics up here hate fucking black people. They're the most racist, nasty shit I've ever heard in my life coming out of Hispanics up here. I'm telling you. And everyone wants to pretend like these people are great because of their race. No. They were all raised fucked up culturally. You think in China they respect white people? You think they respect black people? No. They barely respect themselves. It's a culture thing. And then, when it comes to the black culture in this community, I mean, this in this country, I think they do nothing but ruin their own people, and that's the truth. I don't think there's any kind of uplifting thing in the black community or black culture that is helping them succeed. It's all nothing but complaint. Poor me, and everyone hates me. And basketball and rap. I mean, that's stupid. And again, I want to point out the hashtag Me Too movement never went after any of these black rappers. None of them. None of these black rappers. I don't know why. Was everyone fucking scared? What does Section 8 housing do for the black community? Oh, well, it gives them a place to live. Yeah, but let me tell you something. I was talking to Anderson last night. I said to Anderson, I said, listen, I wouldn't know how to start. I wouldn't know where to start to get Section 8 housing. All right. I wouldn't know. So if I needed it, I wouldn't know how to get it. But I'm telling you right now, this is a big problem in the black community and black culture. These people are taught how to do this stuff by other blacks. The black culture should be pushing more blacks to be doctors, lawyers, and they shouldn't be admiring people for being rappers and fucking basketball players. I'm sorry. I got these Jewish friends that told me this a long time ago. They go, you know why Jews are so successful? He goes, my father, this kid's father was a dentist. And he goes, you would think, like, being a dentist is pretty, honorable job, and people would respect it. He goes, dentists get no respect in the Jewish community, and the reason being is because they're not doctors and they're not lawyers. They push a little bit harder in the Jewish community to be successful in certain things, and it's not rap and it's not basketball, it's not dancing. They don't give a flying fuck about that. No one's holding that stuff in high regards. And that's why Jews are so successful. They're successful at a lot of things they do. Are there bad Jews? Yeah, Bernie Madoff, terrible, terrible Jew. Harvey Weinstein, absolutely disgusting, terrible Jew. Epstein, absolutely disgusting, terrible, terrible, terrible. But they were very good at making money, very good. They focused on that. Now, when this stuff happened with Epstein, Madoff. I remember when that shit happened with Madoff. My Jewish friend said, when a Jew does that, all of us Jews get nervous because it looks bad, and we don't like that. We don't want people thinking poorly of us. But when it happens in the black community embraces it. Like, yeah, this guy had to get it done. Like, how else is he supposed to survive? What, are you fucking kidding me? Same thing with Italians. Oh, John Gotti. Oh. No, you don't do that. No one's teaching these people that, and that's how cultures get fucked up. I mean, think about Italians, Italian Americans. What, pizza and fucking the mafia, The Sopranos? Give me a fucking break. You shouldn't be embracing that. So I'm not a racist guy. I'm very realistic. I'm very positive, and I've never, I don't treat people poorly because of the color of their skin. I don't deny them anything because of the color of their skin. What I do think is ridiculous is the way that they have to act sometimes because they're black, because they're Jewish, because they're Italian. I don't know. That's ridiculous to me. And if it's not ridiculous to you, then you got a problem. Then you're the fucking problem because you're not pointing that out. It's like Bergs thinking that he's not fat. that he doesn't need any help. These people are tremendous fucking losers. Anyway, let me go get something to drink. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh. Let's see. We have citizens not knowing where their next meal is coming from, and then we have ball players making $40 million a year. It's fucked up. Well, I think we talked about this on Anderson's last night. I think there's people that that are mentally ill. Michelle Marie Delaney is mentally ill. All right, she's mentally ill, and if you're comparing her to someone who's an athlete, Matthew Potts, I'm being serious. That's wrong. That's wrong. There's no problem there. Michelle Marie Delaney, if anything, should be in a home for mentally retarded transvestites or hermaphrodites. That's just the truth. Mm. Mm. You know what? You're probably lucky that we don't, Woody. Imagine if we use that as an excuse. Imagine if we use that excuse. Hey, John, what's up? Camilla's texting me. I know. Listen, Charlotte, I'm going to be honest with you guys. That sinus infection I had, I was very short, Pete. Very short. Dude, they're saying you're going to shoot up the place. Buyer, stop. Yeah, it's called a hangout, right? Yeah, but Butter, I'm not giving you permission to do anything like that. What are you, crazy? Yeah, that's absolutely disgusting, Andrew. Mm-hmm. I can't. I didn't even fucking eat lunch. I got stuck in traffic. I will tell you what I'm eating. I'm eating these Reese's dipped pretzels that are really, really good. They're really good.
Wait, I'm mad that I'm circumcised. You can hide shit in there if you were uncut. Well, I think most women prefer a cut man, and I think I've never had the skin there. I mean, I don't remember having it. It just seems a lot easier to clean it too. Um, Let me ask you guys a question. How do you clean your dick? Like, how do you guys do that? Because I know how I do it, but I don't know how the rest of you do it. I do I do the jerking off motion. I do the reach around where I'm like polishing the knob. Um, and then I do the scrub. Wire brush. The fire. Oh, sorry, that's so funny. That was going strong. Put a little WD-40 on mine, and then go to work. Right. Have skin I can pull over. No, that's disgusting water. The head is cut. Oh, you know, they fucked up on mine. Um, if you look at the skin of my dick, it's like on an angle. Like they did it fucked up. They didn't do a good job. Dr. Wiener, if you did that, you did a fucking poor ass job. And I think the reason why Dr. Wiener did that to me was because seriously, when my mother told me when I was born, I pissed in the doctor's face. I pissed all over this doctor's face. My mother told me. I think Dr. Wiener wanted to get revenge on me, so he cut my skin on an angle. Not well, more like a 3/4 circumcision butter. No, I swear to God, Woody, go look him up. He was a doctor at Pacific Valley Hospital. I think his son still works there. His son's a doctor now there, or he was. You know what's weird, Woody? Hold on. So I was in the hospital. Camilo's live, guys. Camilo's live. So I was in the hospital with a hiatal hernia. I got an infection, and they wanted to do surgery on me. The doctor came in, and he told me how severe it was. And my mother was there, crying over the bed. Oh, my precious prince, my precious Davy. Oh, and the doctor's like comes in and goes, oh, Mrs. Boldo, my name's Dr. Wiener. She goes, oh my God, are you Dr. Wiener's son? And he's like, yes. He goes, he delivered David, and now you're gonna tell me that David's gonna die. I swear to God. Woody, I swear to God. Oh, let's get the fuck out of here. Andrew, I'm. My mother always referred to me as a prince. That's why. That's why I refer to my dogs as Prince and Angels. And my mother would call me, say, what the hell? What else did she call me? It was Prince and Angel and my sweetie. My mother still talks to me like that. I let Pete. I'm like, Pete, you're not gonna believe this. So I let my mother. I didn't tell my mother Pete was on the phone. And I was like, listen to this. And I was like, oh, how are you, sweetheart? Oh, I miss you so much. I love you. Oh, swear to God. My mother told me one time, she goes, David, she goes, I gotta tell you something. Oh, what? She goes, you're my favorite kid. I said, really? She goes, yeah. She goes, your brothers and sisters are okay, but you're the best. I said, you're right. That's another true story. She goes, I always loved you the most. I remember I told my brother Joe that. Said, Mom said she loves me more. That I was her favorite child. He goes, yeah, she told me that too. No, my mother's so funny. And you know who taught me to do the pretend racism thing? Um, my mother. She used to do that. She would be like, she would whisper like, they're black. My mother would always look over her shoulder when she said it, and then we would giggle together. My mother was a comedian too. Oh, my parents hated me the most. I was an only child. Uh, no, I had a very good child. I had a very good childhood. You know, even the divorce that went on, my parents were still good to me, and you know, they hate my parents. My parents hated each other, and you don't understand. They hate each other so much, right? They live right down the street from each other, like right around the block. You know, but they hate each other. I've never seen two people hate each other so much. And I remember I used to have to go to a psychiatrist or whatever because they would have to. What happened over here? What happened? And I remember she would um, she would say, "Mr. Bulldog, Mr. Bulldog, can you please stop talking about yourself in front of David like that? Because David's gonna have a bad he's gonna think that his parents are terrible." I remember her saying that she had to call them because my you know what happened? My therapist at the time. This is when I was in middle school. So middle school, they really didn't diagnose me with exactly with what I had yet. It was a neurological disorder, and then it became dyslexia. But I remember this woman. I forgot her freaking name. She was a Jew. She was a very nosy Jew, very nosy. She was a redhead. She was awesome though. She would bring me candy every week. Um, she would go, "Tell me what your parents are saying about each other." They did what? Oh my god! And she really wanted to hear the gossip that was going on in my house. That's why she Chelsea Morgan. What? I don't know what you're talking about, her. Yeah, mother-in-law thing, sure. It was a Catholic versus Protestant thing. Lucky my ex-mother-in-law lives in Mexico. Bro, you don't like them? Well, I find that strange when, like, people hate their mother and father-in-law because they're not supposed to get involved. You're supposed to be nice, but whatever. My mother was Spanish, and my dad side was Scottish Protestants. Did they vacation in Mallorca? Everybody I know from Europe. Oh, Mallorca this, Mallorca that. Mallorca. Shut the fuck up about Mallorca. If there's one place that I would, like, if someone said, like, hey, you want to destroy a part of the planet, it could be one. I would say Mallorca. Kill it, like, destroy it. Sounds like good is going on in Mallorca. We don't speak much of each other's language. That's good, Charlotte. Don't talk to anyone Spanish or speak Spanish. No, they just hated each other because of the Catholic. Really? You know what? I could see that, Andrew. Because you want to know something? I was raised Catholic, right? And then the fact that I would not celebrate Christmas and all these fucking holidays with them, it was like I was trying to kill them. Like, what do you mean? Like, what's the problem? Who cares? Like, like, why do you celebrate Christmas anyway? A lot of these people who celebrate Christmas, they don't even believe in Jesus. They don't even believe in God. They're just celebrating fucking Christmas. So what do you guys care? Are you that needy? Like, do you have to buy me a fucking present on that day? Buy me a present every fucking day. I'll take that fucking present. Trust me. Yeah, well, Andrew, the Scots are fucked up, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. Every Scottish person I've ever met here, they're fucked up. They're beyond fucked up. Swords, Scott. He's Scottish, and that's why he's fucked up. Sword Duncan Crocker Shaw. I said no fucking way. Sword Duncan Crocker Shaw. He goes, yeah, my dad was Scot. He's Scottish. I said, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And the guy's fucked up. The guy is fucked up beyond belief. I never met another human being like him. And I'm just assuming that. Don't read out loud. What? All right, secret text messenger. Oh, will you buy PD a Christmas present? No, I'll buy her a present, but I won't buy her a Christmas present. Again, I don't feel the need to buy people presents, but when I do, it's not going to be on any specific day. It's going to be because I can afford it and I love you. That's it. I'm not getting involved. Noodles, are you related to the Brady's and Wayne? The Brady's and Wayne. No, but the only reason why I'm saying that is because of that guy David L. Brady or Brady. Bra- no, I don't. Wayne Brady. No, I don't think so. But the reason why I said I paused was because of David L.
I don't celebrate Christmas for religious reasons. Right, you just want the gifts. You think it's fun. So then what do you care if I don't celebrate it? I do like churches, though. Christmas is only good for the booze and parties. Yeah, Andrew, I remember. I used to celebrate Christmas. I loved it. I loved it. And trust me, listen, I would love to celebrate Christmas again and fucking and Halloween and Easter and all these. They were fun. It's not like those Jewish holidays where it's like torture, where you have to fucking fast and you have to whatever. No, being Catholic was fun as fuck. That was a very fun religion. Living on the shithole Protestant country, Andrew. No. Well, I mean, again, Catholics and Protestants aren't that different, right? That different. Now, there's all this fighting in between the Catholics and Protestants. Can you imagine being a Jehovah's Witness in a Catholic family? Oh my God. It's like the end of the fucking world. It's nice when the kids are little. Yeah, everyone says that. Everyone says that. Listen, you don't have to. You don't have to. First of all, you don't have to lie to your kids. You can do something else nice with your kids, but you don't have to without lying to them about a Santa Claus and fucking all of this Easter Bunny and shit like that. Come on. And what do you think your kids are going to think when they find out that you've been lying to them about the greatest time ever? Yeah, well, party with your kids. Have a great time with your kids. I don't know why you got to. I don't know why you got to wait like for one special day. I don't get that. I never understood that. You were making me cry. I just came all over the floor with my dick. Okay, thanks, Potter. Thank you. Uh, I would say, oh, I told my mom to fuck off. Huh. I was a single mom with my son. Okay. Then I did not even get Hail Marys. That's another thing I found very strange about the Catholic religion was that you had to pray through saints and all these other people to get to God. You know, I don't. Why would that happen? I mean, God's everywhere. Why would you have to pray to a fucking saint? It's like kind of like they're purposely sidetracking you from actually having a personal relationship with the Creator. That to me kind of made me feel like that doesn't make sense. The whole dead tree in the house doesn't make sense. The whole rabbit running around fucking giving kids fucking candy doesn't make sense. I mean, come on. Like, why do I have to light a candle or repeat a phrase or repeat a sentence so that God will recognize me? You know what I'm saying? Is God that incapable of recognizing you that you have to light a candle and say a sentence over and over again? Or repeat that doesn't make any sense to me. That's not the God I know from the Bible. That's not the God that Jesus Christ talked about. Yeah, well, obviously, Charlotte, they never drank any body part. They never drank any blood, and they never ate any body part. And I want to point out that
that took place. That was a Seder dinner that they were having. It was the Passover, and Jesus Christ made a deal with these guys. He said they were anointed. He didn't make that deal with you guys. He made it with those guys at that table. So now we try to replicate it through these masses that we have as Catholics, and I don't think that's appropriate. Jesus Christ isn't there. God isn't there saying that. It's just some guy who's representing an even bigger guy, representing an even bigger guy, telling you so. That has nothing to do with God. I used to know the ambassador to the Pope. I swear to God, he used to do all our weddings. He would come and give speeches at our weddings. I swear to God. And I remember asking him, like, so do you do everything that they tell you to do? Like, do you agree? And he's like, no, not always. He's like, but he goes, it's sort of he didn't use the word of business. He goes, I forgot the word he used, but he goes, it is what it is, and I'm here on behalf of them, and I'm representing them. I made a deal with God. Like, I made a promise to God that I would represent them. And I thought to myself, I'm like, yeah, but you're representing like a man, a flawed human, or a bunch of flawed humans who are making mistakes. I mean, I didn't have that conversation with him. That's what I thought. I was very respectful to this guy. The guy was a nice guy, and he had some views on religion that was right in line with what I thought, and actually what the witnesses agree with, that Catholics don't normally agree with, and but he can't come out and say that. He can't teach that because the organization that he belongs to doesn't do that. They're not pushing that. At least you could have guilt-free wanks. Well, listen, I don't know. I don't know about. I don't know if it's about jerking off. I think the whole thing is about because God obviously gave you that. That's a gift from God, just like alcohol. It even says so in the Bible that between a man and a woman, that's a gift from God. So is the buzz that you get off of alcohol, and possibly everything utopic about this world, even the drugs. But when you start doing it and you start, kind of being pathetic and sadistic and perverted and whatever, it kind of, you might be misusing it. I think people misuse it. I do. For some strange reason, I can't have a normal fuck session. I have to have like, oh, I'm gonna fuck this girl like really bad. It's like animalistic. You should have slapped him back. Once received, stopped me. Yeah. So I don't know if you know this, but my mother was kicked out one time in front of me because when they got divorced, my father. I don't think my father was asking for the divorce, and my mother was asking for it, and the church was like, "This is ridiculous." Because I think, I've seen this with the Jehovah's Witnesses too, and they said there's been times where people don't get along, and they just want to separate, and they said that's fine. They agree with separation, but they don't agree with divorce unless it's like there has to be some kind of like, is someone being beaten? Is someone being if you're cheating on someone, if you're whatever, then there's grounds for divorce. But just because you guys aren't getting along. But so anyway, with that, they removed my mother from the church. I remember one time she wanted to go get communion, and I remember seeing this when I was a kid.
and one of the priests went up to her, and they talked to her, and I remember she left. I mean, they weren't mean about it. They didn't pull her away and were like, but that's what they believe. So I mean, I think about my mother and father, and I think about how they handled it. I think my father handled it appropriately. I think my mother freaked out. My mother freaked out 100%. And you know, again, I can't. People. There's a lot of my friends that are still married. Some of them are divorced, and they just keep saying to me, "You don't understand, dude. You don't get it. Like you weren't there. It was a living hell. I couldn't stand this person." Now, a lot of people. I met a couple of people that were cheating on. All right, and that is bad. All right, that's bad. But when you guys can't get along and you hate this person so much, and every day you're just thinking about hating this person. I hate this person. I hate this person. Then maybe you just need to separate for a little bit. I don't know. I wonder if my parents could have done that, but they didn't. Uh, Charles Bull, Charles Bulldog. No, I don't know Charles Bulldog. Funny thing is, my classmates never cared I was Catholic. It was only a problem with the teachers. Really? Nuns and priests? Really? Yeah. That's when it starts getting weird. I don't know. Again, I don't. That's the thing about it. That's the thing about religion. Like I can't tell people that they're stupid for not believing it because I didn't believe it. Now I do. I don't know. It's not like I believed it when I was a little kid. I actually believed it when I was in my 30s. You know, I started paying attention. I started studying, and I was like, "There's something here. I don't think that this is a total joke." I used to think it was a total joke, 100%. I used to make fun of people that believed in religion. I was really bad. I was really really bad when it came to that. I wasn't understanding whatsoever. And that's why I try to respect people's religions or religious beliefs. I mean, at least when someone tells you that they believe in something, it's like, all right, well, they took the time out to try to understand something. I don't think I know. I don't think I know it 100%. But and I think it goes. I mean, it's the same thing as science. I mean, you guys probably know more about religion than you do science, and you guys side with science for some reason, but you know nothing about it. That blows my mind. Even evolution, people are like, "Oh, evolution." You know nothing about it. You know nothing about it. You can't tell me about evolution. I mean, some people have studied it, but you can't tell. Yeah, the normal person. Same thing with Catholics. They know nothing about it. They absolutely know nothing about it. They're just raised that way. Uh, well, Charlotte, I don't think that has anything to do with his religion. I think it has to do with the people that were around him. I mean, if you start thinking like that, then you should think that every black person on planet Earth is horrible.
It's not just a couple black people. It's just, it's got to be every single one of them, right? No, you would never dare say that, right, Charlotte? You wouldn't want to offend the blacks, but you don't really care about offending people's religion because you think religion is bad. You think religion is dumb. Well, tell me, Charlotte. Tell me about science. Tell me about evolution, Charlotte. You know nothing about anything, Charlotte. The only thing you know about is how to fucking troll people online, try to take their fucking channels from them, start drama, and I think that's because you don't have religion in your life. Well, I don't listen. I don't know what monkeys look like. 10,000 years ago. But whatever they look like 10,000 years ago, if they look like me, then yeah, I came from a monkey. But the monkeys now, I don't think so. The monkeys now came from something else. Charlotte's an albino gorilla. Thank you, secret text message. That's true. Huh. Or someone asking, well, you know, if Noah built this ark and brought all these animals over here and whatever, how did he get all of them on there? I mean, there's so many. And I was like, well, yeah, it didn't say that he took all of them. It said one of each kind. It's a one of each kind. I think there was actually someone who proved that it was possible. So, like, let's say you took a horse, and someone took a marsupial or whatever. Um, the Bible actually talks about evolution. Even when God says to Satan or the serpent, he goes, "Now you'll crawl on your belly for all eternity." Well, what was he doing before? He was a serpent, right? So that means the serpent changed. And it even talks about animals coming out from the sea, going into the air, and then populating the earth. But it said they said they originally came from the ocean in the Bible. That's to me. I mean, but to think that like these a fish became something other than a fish. I don't think so. Oh, albino gorilla, Charlotte, come on. Sorry, Charlotte. So did John Camillo tell you guys what happened yet? Did he do the live stream yet where he told you what happened? Because I was like, John, unless you want someone to know what's going on, I mean, I'm like, I'm not telling anyone. And he goes, I already told Lolly. I'm like, why would you tell Lolly? Why would you tell Lolly about this? I think you did. So, and I'm just gonna verify that. Well, I'll tell you what happened, dude. So, John calls me up, and he's like,
He's like, hey, so she's moving. I'm like, who? And he goes, who do you think? I'm like, oh. I'm like, that sucks. I'm like, where? And he told me where, and I'm like, well, that's not that far away, John, whatever. He goes, no, she didn't tell me about it. I'm like, what? I'm like, John. He's like, yeah. He goes, dude, she assaulted me, like, last week, and now all of a sudden this. I'm like, John, do yourself a favor. Stay away from this woman. This woman's bad news. Bad fucking news. So, all of a sudden, I hear someone screaming at him. And he goes, you hear her? I'm like, John, don't do this to me. And he's got her on the phone, and he's like, dude, he's like, you assaulted me the other night. What is your fucking... And, like, she's screaming at him, get the fuck out of my house. Get the fuck out of my house. No, not his daughter. No. His girlfriend. So I'm like, John, you gotta leave, dude. You cannot be in that fucking house. John, you're gonna get in fucking trouble. So he goes, and now he's not talking to me, he's talking to her. He goes, all right, I want my fucking, he goes, I want my lawnmower and my weed whacker. And he goes, you're a drunk. He was calling her fucking drunk and all this shit. And she's freaking out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I'm like, John, just get out of there, dude. Get out of there. She's like, I'm calling the cops. So I'm like, John, if she called the cops and you left, you better tell them what happened over there because, she might say something. Explain to the cops what happened. And if you think, something's gonna happen like that, then maybe you should file a police report. So he's like, all right, let me call you back. Calls me back and he goes, she said she's getting a restraining order. I'm like, dude, you gotta gotta go to the cops. Explain to them what happened. All right? Because if she gets a restraining order, that stays on your record. All right. I'm like, did you record any of this? Because he was on the phone with me. And he goes, no. He's like, I was on the phone with you. I'm like, John, just, you got to nip this in the bud now. You got to get over there and tell the cops what happened. Right? He calls me up. And I'm like, hey, so what happened? And he's talking to me, and then some guy says something to him, and he goes, excuse me, sir, but and he's screaming at this fucking cop. I was fucking assaulted in your fucking precinct last month, over this fucking shit, and he's fucking screaming, and then the phone hangs up. I never heard John talk like that before. Never. So, and then he's telling me that she's making shit up, trying to get him in trouble. He's been having trouble with this woman for a very long time, ever since I've known him. And I told him, I said, dude, what are you doing over there? If you're getting laid, fine, but, are you looking to, marry this woman, or, what's going on? If not, you gotta get away from her. He sent me a video. He sent me a video of her holding a fucking knife to his throat at a party, screaming at him. This video is real. I have it. John, I'm just gonna say this, John. If that was me, or if that was my kid that was happening to, dude, you were being abused by this woman, John. You were definitely being abused by this woman, and you should have been out of there a long time ago. Out on the wire, man. I'm telling you. You guys think it's funny when you find out that guys are being abused by their girlfriends or their wives? No, it's not. John was being abused by this woman, I'm telling you. She did not treat him good at all. Guys, Terribly Tactical just, I guess, put out another video. I'm going to try to promote Terribly Tactical. He's going to hate me now, but...
Yeah, and she was like, when I mean abusing him, not only physically but verbally, and I heard all of it. That wasn't a joke. That was not a joke. So, guys, again, sometimes people don't have it that great. People are going through some terrible, terrible stuff. And he's lucky. He's lucky he didn't go to jail with that woman. Like, John, you realize that, like, this woman, if this woman's beating you and stuff like that, and holding knives to your throat, you realize that she don't care about you. She probably would have no fucking problem lying on you and fucking putting you in prison. And I believe John, and the only reason why I'm telling you I believe him, and I am going to bat for this guy over this because I heard it. I've seen videos. He's recorded this shit. This woman is a bad person. I don't know why the fuck he was with her. And when everyone was talking about, did John have a girlfriend? Dude, I was nervous for him that you get that this would come out, and now it's gotten to the point where there's going to be an issue now. I don't know what the fuck she claims, but John, if this happened, if she pulled this shit a week ago and you were at her house fucking with her, dude, that's not a good thing. And she didn't. She would say very, very, very nasty, negative stuff, like stuff that you would hear a troll hearsay about John. His girlfriend was saying it about him in real life. In real life. And I remember asking, I was like, so, like, what does your daughter think? Because his daughter, she's like, he's like, my daughter doesn't like her, doesn't really care for her. Is he living in her house? I think he was. I mean, I don't know if he was living there, but there was something going on. The lawnmowers were there and all that stuff. So, but I don't know why I'm telling you, man. People aren't nice, and sometimes people go through some like really crappy relationships, and that was from what that sounded. That sounded like a really crappy relationship. I was like, John, were you like teasing her or something? He goes, no. He goes, dude, she fucking drinks and she gets fucking violent. Leave the lawnmower, get out, leave everything. That's what he should have done, but I think I know what happened. I think he went over there to see what the fuck happened. Like, so he told me that they went out to dinner. All right, they went out to dinner, and dude, we're at dinner, and she's drinking, and all of a sudden she starts like doing all this inappropriate shit at dinner, and he goes, can you please not, can you please stop? That's what he told me, and she got pissed off. She fucking threw a bunch of shit at him in the restaurant, and fucking and stormed off. So I'm assuming that he goes back there, tries to figure out like what's going on. She goes, "I'm moving. I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore." Um, blah blah blah. And he's like, "Well, what do you think about that?" I was like, "Dude, I think she's crazy, and I think that she doesn't love you, or else she wouldn't be doing that." He goes, "Yeah, but," he goes, "Do you think she's cheating on me?" I was like, "John, I think she doesn't give a fuck about you. And if you told me you found out that she was cheating on you, I wouldn't doubt it. But I never accused that woman of ever cheating on him. But she obviously does not give a flying fuck about him." And don't make a joke about this, guys, because I'm telling you something right now. If one of you women were being abused like that, physically and emotionally, it would be the end of the fucking world. And just because this happened to John, doesn't mean that it's okay. Doesn't mean that it's funny. If someone came to me and said, my husband's beating me, my husband's holding knives to my throat, causing scenes, he drinks too much, and now he's fucking leaving me. That's fucked up. Unfortunately, I think that women abusing men is a lot more common than people want to admit. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And it's kind of a joke. Think about it, On the Wire. How many times have you ever heard that? And you're like, When it's a woman, when it's happening to a woman, it's like your eyeballs fucking want to fall out of your head. Same thing with rape. For some strange reason, men getting raped in prison is is like a joke and a half. Everyone loves laughing at men getting raped in prison. But when it comes to women, it's like, oh, we got to put an end to this. People have to be arrested. People have to be, That's why I think it's a lot harder to be a man. Men have a lot more responsibilities than women. The only thing women have to do, right, is they got to pretend like they have a career. They all want to pretend like they have a career, right? All you got to do is raise fucking kids, cook the dinner, clean the house. That's it. That's it. No, you guys got to pretend like you're so goddamn important that you can do anything a man can. You can't do everything a man can. You can't. Yeah, it is. It is out on the wire. Prison rape is almost forgiven for some reason. It happens every fucking day. Dude, I was watching some YouTube video about this guy talking about the most violent rape he's ever seen in prison. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, this is fucked up, because as a guy, you're thinking to yourself like, oh dude, oh no, if that happened to a woman, dude, you'd be fucking, you'd want to vomit. So he's talking about, they rape this guy, they get him, it's at night, and they get him in a cell, and they hear the guy screaming, and they're hitting the guy and all this stuff. And he's like, "Oh man, that guy's getting," he's kind of making a joke about it, like, "Oh, that boy got roughed up last night. They had a party on that boy," you know. And he goes, the next morning we learn to find out that they cut him with a shank from his anus to his testicles and raped him. Think about that. They couldn't fit it in. So what did they do? They grabbed something really sharp and they cut him from his anus to his testicles, and then started fucking him. Can you imagine that? So funny. Prison rape is funny. It's hilarious. I mean, we should there should be more jokes about it. Yeah, dude. I mean, think about it. Think about it out on the wire. Think about trying to convince another man that doesn't want to have your dick inside them. How do you do that? How do you do that? That's a violent interaction. I mean, a woman, what is a woman going to do? You punch her a couple times in the fucking nose, and she's going to, she's going to stop. Trust me, I've done it. But two grown men? That's a very violent interaction. Very violent. I don't think people realize how violent that is. That's not, oh, bend over, boy. Bend over, boy. I think that's what people do out on the wire. I think they attempt suicide. They get put in solitary, or they start fights to get thrown in solitary to keep them away from getting raped. And this is my whole point about jails. All right, when I say that I think that modern day prison is the wrong. There's something wrong with it. You're taking a bunch of grown men who are fucking criminals, and you're housing them in a facility, and they're all congregating. How is that good? Oh, and plus, by the way, you're letting them work out. You're letting them get bigger and faster and stronger. And they're on a very strict diet now. Taking the most violent of violent human beings, putting them in one fucking place, giving them a gym, and letting them congregate together in one fucking house. Can you imagine if I got Anderson, Henderson, Melton John, John Camillo, fucking, Abby, and I put them all in one fucking house for 3 years, and they weren't allowed to leave, and all we would do is feed them 3 times a day? What do you think would happen there? Oh, some of them, not all of them. Not all of them out on the wire. And this is what's fucked up. Some of them are there for fucking life. They got fucking nothing to lose. And there's some people that might be out in a few years. So now, let me ask you a question. Someone who's a fucking criminal, who's never getting out of jail, ever, they know you're going to get out in a couple years. They know you're not going to risk anything. They're not stupid. What do you think they're going to do? Prison is fucked up. I think they're doing it all wrong. I don't think people should be fucking congregating together, especially criminals. And they shouldn't be working out. I'm sorry. This isn't a good thing. People are most dangerous when they got nothing to lose. Well, dude, imagine if you were never getting out. What do you care? Let's say you're bigger and stronger than the next guy. What do you think you're gonna do? Hey Andrew, what's up? Well, Andrew, listen. I don't know what you think about prison and what should happen to people that break the law, but I really think that the prisons, everyone when they talk about prison reform, I don't really know what they mean, but I think prisons should be reformed where if you go to jail, you're in solitary confinement. I don't think you should have access to other criminals. I don't think you should be sitting there conspiring with other criminals for 5 to 6 years. Working out with them, getting faster, stronger, knowing more about crime. No one there is being rehabilitated. They all know once they get out of jail, they're gonna have fucking a felony rap sheet, and they're gonna have a very hard time finding a job. Can you imagine, dude? Can you imagine being in a facility for like 5 to 6 years? Every morning you get access to clean clothes, food, rec time, whatever, TV, fucking all shit. And then one day they let you out, and you got nowhere to go. What the fuck do you do? Explain that to me. Guys, here comes D. Snyder. Here comes D. Snyder. Yeah. No, Andrew, me too. I don't want to listen, Andrew. I don't want to have anything to do with these guys. And plus, you got to remember when you get in there. There's been guys that have been there a couple years longer than you. Sometimes 20 years. They know what's going on there. They're going to take advantage of you. You don't know how it works. You just made some stupid mistake. There's no rehabilitation there. You're gonna turn fucking other people into animals. Some people can genuinely be rehabilitated. People with minor felonies, but molesters, etc., they are just evil from birth, in my opinion. Well, again, I've brought this up before, right? If you find out that your neighbor was in prison for a sex offense, right? You're gonna say, well, it depends on the sex crime. It depends on whatever. I get it, right? But even so, do you want that person living next to you? What happens if you found out the guy raped kids? Do you want him living next to you? Does he have the right to live next to you? Because I'm telling you right now, he does. He served his time. But he's not. How do you know he's rehabilitated? You don't know. Same thing with these people that are living fucking in Afghanistan right now. I'm talking about people that are normal people. They've seen people mutilated. They've seen people raped. I'm not saying they did it, but they've seen all this. And now they're going to come to your country and they're going to live next door to you? We're taught about PTSD all the time. And how these people come back, these soldiers come back from war, and they got PTSD. Look at Charlotte. Charlotte's a fucking living mess. Charlotte has never been to war. Her life's a fucking nightmare. She's never been to war. I don't think these people are going to be rehabilitated. There's no fucking way. Well, yeah, you guys live in another country. I'm telling you right now, in the United States, all right, our prisoners are not treated good. I know that for a fact. I hear these horrors. My friend's serving 10 years right now. His mother's telling me all this shit. It's sad. He ain't gonna come out a better man. There's no way. But I'm telling you right now, if he was in solitary confinement for those 10 years, all right, it wouldn't be. You're not going to jail to have fun. I'm sorry. No one's going to prison to have fun. And you can say, well, that's cruel. You know what's cruel? Throwing someone into a population full of fucking murderers, fucking child molesters, whatever, and you just went there for drugs, say, for selling drugs. You're not into molesting kids. You're not into murder. You're not into rape. But now you got to live with these people for 10 fucking years. These animals. You should be in solitary confinement. My friend Tomas from Germany, he would tell me, he's like, dude, German prisons are not like that. He goes, you get, like you said, you get a PlayStation, you get your own TV. You know, it's kind of like they make it so that you can like live there like a human being, but you just can't do what normal human beings do. And that's why I really, that's what I believe in prison reform. I believe that 100%. I don't care. Listen, I don't care what you did. All right. I don't care what you did, but there's no way in hell that's a good idea to put you with a group of people that are either equally as bad as you or even worse for anywhere from like 5 to 10 years, give you access to a fucking gym and let you guys conspire for 10 to 5 years in the same fucking house. No one in there is saying, "Oh my god, I can't believe I'm here. This sucks. This sucks." No, they're not. They're trying to make the best of it. And some of them are getting raped on a daily basis, by the way, being bullied every day, being harassed. We talk about this stuff, where everyone says bullying's bad, harassment's bad, whatever. Well, it's going on in prison every fucking day. Why is it okay for prison? It's not okay for prison. If it's not okay for every day, then it can't be okay for prison. We're just separating these people from society for a certain amount of years. It's punishment, but it's not that extreme. It doesn't. We're not punishing them. We're not putting them in a place where they're guaranteed to be raped. That's not right. Child and animal abuse, in my opinion, is the worst than what Hitler and Stalin done. Well, I don't like that stuff either, man. I'm just telling you that people like that can't participate in society. At least in my world, they can't. I don't want them in my world. And unfortunately, I'm not the type of guy who wants to kill these people. Right? I don't believe in the death penalty. I hate the death penalty. I understand why people want it. And I'm going to be honest with you. If something crazy happened to someone that I loved, I'd probably want blood revenge. I'd probably want blood, I get it. But I never want to be put in that situation. And I wish that I at that point when you're praying and wanting and pleading for someone to kill another human being because you're that angry, I'm sorry, you are absolutely psychotic at that point. And it's not your fault. It is not your fault. Someone put you in that situation, and I guarantee you that if it happened to me, I'd go psychotic too. And I'd want to see that person dead. All right? But the reality of it is that you're in a psychosis of anger, remorse, loss, all this crap at one time, out of nowhere, by the way, because of what another human being did. And you're magically going to be okay as soon as you see that person die? No. That's not what happens. That's definitely not what happens. No one's satisfied with that. And I'm going to be honest with you, I wouldn't be satisfied with that. I don't care if I got to torture the person before that person died. I would not be satisfied. They are. They're shit. They're flawed human beings. And this is why I'm so against people who stick up for presidents. It's like, dude, you don't know these people. And then you think that they're high and mighty, and it turns out that they're just fucking worthless pieces of shit. And then you get butthurt when you find out that they're doing crappy things, and you can't believe it. You're like, oh my god. Well, guess what? Joe Biden, Barack Hussein Obama, Donald Trump, George Bush. Guess what? They all shit. They all fuck. They all puke. They do the same thing you do, and they're all flawed. Every single one of them. And in my opinion, the greatest president we ever had, right? Teddy Roosevelt was an absolute psychopath. I think Teddy Roosevelt was was autistic. And he was a violent guy. But I think he was the best president we had because I'm going to be honest with you. Because he was so autistic and psychotic, he didn't lie. He was determined. He beat up a judge because the judge lied. He beat the guy up. He fought a wild animal because he wanted to see if he can do it. The guy got shot in the chest right before a speech and said, I got to give this speech. I've been preparing for this fucking speech. No normal sane person would have done that. No normal sane person would have done that. I'm sorry. Teddy Roosevelt, in my opinion, was the best president, but he was psychotic. But he believed in right and wrong, and I think that's where his Asperger's comes in. or his fucking autism. We hire these snakes, these fucking snakes, and then we complain about them because you find out that they're fucking snakes. You want to know something? Then you start appreciating the fact that you have all these constitutional rights. Then you start appreciating the fact that the government has no power over you. Then you start appreciating the fact that you could fucking destroy the government whenever you want. Then it doesn't sound so crazy. Do I ever want to see that happen? No way. No way. But if it does happen, you know that I mean, I don't know how hard it would be to just start a war in another country or start a coup in another country. You know. But I'm telling you right now, we have many coups in this country all the time. We have many revolutions in this country all the time. We have many civil wars in this country all the time. Ever since I was a kid, I remember Ruby Ridge. I remember fucking Waco. I remember the most recent one, that standoff in fucking with the Bureau of Land Management, where a bunch of citizens get together and they tell the government, "Fuck you," and you know what? If you come here, we're gonna start shooting you. And you know this stuff happens. And the other thing is, we see tyranny every day. Every day, we see people being taken advantage of by their governments, by people in power. But then you got these fucking pussies, and it's normally women who say, "Oh no, that would never happen here. No, 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 no. We don't need guns. We don't need a Second Amendment. We don't need a constitution like that." Because that happened so long ago. That happened so long ago. Because it's not happening right now doesn't mean that it can't happen. It happened in my father's lifetime, my grandfather's lifetime. That's the main reason why my family's here. And if you live in Europe, it happens basically every 10 years in Europe. There's always a fucking shit fest over there. Somewhere in Europe. I don't know why I find it very strange. I find it very strange how fucking Antifa and BLM are nowhere to be found now. Nowhere. This is a big country. It's a big country, and there's a lot of opportunities here. We're not China, we're not Australia, we're not Canada. People don't like being told what to do, what to be, how to live their lives. They don't like it. Some people do, and some people want to push their lives on other people. I'm telling you, here they don't like that. People, this is what everyone likes. Everyone likes going on vacation, right? You can't have that if there's a revolution going on or civil war or anything like that. Everyone likes getting paid. Everyone likes raising kids. Everyone likes having sex, girlfriends, going to the movies, going to the mall, going out to dinner. Well, you can't have that if there's a revolution going on or a pandemic. So trust me, no one wants that. But the fact that we have the opportunity to defend ourselves, rightfully so, from a tyrannical government. There's nothing in your constitution, the Canadian Constitution or the Constitution of Scotland or Ireland or where the fuck you're from, that says you can go against your government. Ours, it says that. It specifically says that. We have the right to bear arms in defense of a tyrannical government, foreign or domestic. We have a right to assemble and create a fucking army of citizens to take on our federal government. You realize that, right? That's after they say that you're allowed to have arms. Then they tell you after that you're also allowed to start your own fucking militia, your own army to take on these people. And the government can't say shit about it. Think about that. And every federal law that's ever put in place has to abide by those rules. If I want to start a militia today, the federal government can't tell me I can't do it. And the reason being is because the people are supposed to have power over the government. The government can't own the guns. The government can't own the fucking the military. Because if they own the fucking guns and they could tell you, oh, you can't start a fucking militia, then they could just run over you. They could take whatever they want. And you got fucking this idiot now who's fucking president telling everyone, oh, well, that's ridiculous. You would need F-14 fucking fighter, all these rockets, all these bombs, all this shit. That's obviously not true. We've been fighting a war for 20 years, 20 fucking years. Think about it. Not just the Americans, by the way. The Germans, the fucking English, the fucking, the Portuguese are even there. Against fucking farmers, cavemen, with fucking burnt out fucking AK-47s from the fucking 70s, by the way. And they just fucking took over Afghanistan for the second time. Who the fuck are these people trying to kid? Yeah, but out on the wire, listen, the government can tell you whatever they want. They can take away your guns if they want. They can't take away your guns here. Unless you're a felon. You know what's fucked up, right? The Constitution says the second your right to own arms or whatever should not be infringed. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know why people are like people don't get about that. Shall not be infringed. Okay, well let me tell you something. The will of the people. Tell me what happens when what happens to the will of the people when someone like Stalin or Hitler take over. And you can't tell me that these people don't exist anymore. There's a Stalin and Hitler alive today. And they've done it. You guys, and trust me, you guys have seen it in your life. Maybe not in this country, maybe not in your country, but in other countries. And then you complain about someone like fucking Donald Trump, but you don't want anyone owning firearms? I thought Donald Trump was going to fucking tell everyone what to do. I thought Donald Trump was going to put people in camps. I thought Donald Trump was going to have a fucking coup. Well, ammunition is an arm. You can't do that. You can't restrict people from owning weapons to protect themselves. And I'm telling you, you can't. You don't have the right to collect firearms. You don't have the right to buy firearms for hunting. You do not have a right to own a firearm to protect yourself from a criminal. You have the right to own weapons to defend yourselves against governments and your own government. And when your government is telling you what to do with those weapons and you can't have those weapons, that's an infringement. That was an infringement. Okay, so if you think Trump tried, then what's stopping him the next time? Because you know he's going to run again, right? And if he doesn't run, his son is. What's going to happen? Something big's going to happen in Taiwan in the next couple of weeks. Can you imagine being those people? What would you do? What would you do? That's right, early riser. That's right. Yeah, Taiwan is surrounded as we speak. What do you expect these people to do? The government's going to hand these people over. They know it. Yeah, they've already lost. They know it. Would you be okay if China said, "Hey, listen, we're just going to annex the United States," and the government told you, "Yeah, just let it happen, guys. It's all right. Trust us." No, you'll see. We just had a summer. We just had a last summer, right? Not this summer, but last summer. Our cities were on fire because people didn't agree with other people. Can you imagine if these people were in power? These people want to be in power. They want to run the government. Wait until that happens. You guys are living in a fucking fairy tale land. You guys have been very privileged, very privileged. Just because your grandfathers went to another fucking country to go kill a bunch of guys doesn't mean you know anything about it. You haven't lived it. No, listen. You want to deny that it's ever going to happens every day. It happens every day on this planet. Every day on this planet, people are being taken advantage of by other people in power. Go ask the Jews. Go ask the Armenians. Why do you think they're here? Because at least here they have a fucking fighting chance. You guys are very lucky to live in a white civilized country. Very lucky. Andrew, Out on the Wire, Seasons, myself. There's a lot of people that don't have that didn't have that opportunity. I dare you all. I dare you all right now to go to ync.com. The ync.com. That's Y, the letter Y, N, the letter N, C, the letter C.com. It's all recent videos. All recent videos. Very rarely do you see this shit happening in Europe or the Americas, or at least North America. A lot of it's coming from South America, Central America, the Middle East, China, Africa. It happens everywhere else but here. But to think that it will never happen here. I don't know how many times people have said that. Well, it will never happen here. It will never happen here. You'll see. And then what are you going to do? What are you going to do if it does happen there? Or happen here? What are you going to do? I remember I asked someone this. Someone who was very much against firearms or owning firearms. And they go, me? I'm not going to do anything. And then you wonder why, how the fuck did Hitler convince 6 million people to get in cattle cars and enter these beautiful death camps? How did he do that? You know, your grandfather was a farmer from Sicily, probably came. No. That's not true. You want to know what happened to my grandfather? My grandfather told me one day he was selling goats or whatever, right, in Pascopagano. He comes back, and his wife, my grandmother, says, "Oh, there was some guy from the fucking the town came here with some paperwork." My grandfather didn't read. My grandfather goes back into town. He has someone read it, and they're like, "Next week you're going here. They're coming to pick you up." He goes, "For what?" He goes, "Oh, you've been drafted. You have to go to war." They took him from his house. They fucking put him in our uniform. And he told me, he goes, they put us in a uniform. They cut our fucking hair. They gave us a bath or whatever. They bring out this horse. They said he gave him some white gloves. He said, put the white gloves over your fucking hand. Don't put them on. Put them across your fucking hand. They gave him a sword, and they said, look over here. They took a picture, and they go, your wife, we'll give this to your wife. My grandfather was in Africa a week later. All right? Grandfather's over there. He goes, the English come in, beat the shit out of them, and then he's on a fucking cattle car somewhere in fucking Africa. They bring him to this fucking camp. They're covered in lice, ticks, whatever the fuck they had. They were eating garbage. Waiting for this fucking war to end. Doesn't know what the fuck's happening to his wife and his fucking kid. My grandmother was pregnant at the time. She was going to give birth. All right? She was pregnant with Ambrose. The fucking war ends. And he told me that this English officer, that's how he described him, came to all of them and said, listen, guys, you can go back to Italy. There's nothing there. All right? If you want, you guys can come back to England with us and help us rebuild London with this program. All right? My grandfather said, can I see my wife? And he goes, yeah, you guys can go back and, tell everyone what's going on, and we'll, you can, there was something where you check in with the Americans or whatever that were in that fucking town. You check in with them. You come back. They'll put you on a fucking car or a fucking bus or whatever. They take you out and they'll bring you to fucking London. He met his kid for fucking like 2 days. 2 days. He gets on a fucking train. They bring him to London or wherever the fuck he went. Right. He lived on a farm. And then fucking worked in London for I don't know how many years. Finally saves up some money. His brother fucking gets in touch with him and says, "Come to the United States." He goes, "It sucks over there." He goes, "Come to the United States." He comes to the United States, sends for my fucking grandmother, and my dad was born at the time, and they come to the United States. My grandfather was in and out. He was traveling a lot, back and forth to go see my uncle at the time, and my father. You know what my grandmother told me about my grandfather? She goes, "Your grandfather meets your Uncle Ambrose for the first time." My Uncle Ambrose was 2 years old or something like that. 2 years old or something. I don't know. He was walking. He was walking at the time. But, she's like, she's like, the kids touch everything. And my grandfather had, like, they still had their goats and stuff like that. My grandmother was still taking care of, like, they sold animals. And my uncle had let one of the goats out. My grandfather punched my uncle in the face and knocked my uncle out. The kid was fucking like 3 years old. My grandfather didn't know how to read. He didn't know how to write. He didn't know they were fucking animals. We're very lucky, Seasons, Andrew, out on the wire, that we live in a civilized white country. If not, we would be fucking animals. This happened only, what, 70 years ago? I'm 41. I can't imagine that. That happened in my father's lifetime and my grandfather's lifetime. A world war. My grandfather didn't know anything about what was going on. I mean, he kind of did, but he didn't fucking know anything. My grandfather went to like first grade or something like that, and then he just fucking worked on this fucking farm. Do you speak Italian, Noodles? I can speak a dialect of it. Andrew, we're so fucking lucky, man. We're so lucky. No one knows that, and that was our grandparents. That was our parents, or at least my parents. My dad has. If I ever go live again, my followers, I'll tell him to show you his thumb. When he was a kid in Italy, he cut his hand open, and my grandmother didn't know what to do. So his uncle came over, and they fucking took his hand, and they put a hot poker to it. My father's thumb is like melted off. They didn't bring that kid to the hospital. There were no hospitals. That was my father's lifetime. Now, whenever your fucking kid gets a fucking boo-boo, you could take him to fucking urgent care. I'm so lucky I never lived that life. I'm so fucking lucky. My father said, yeah, when he was young, like they lived above this barn in Italy, right? And he was always scared to climb down the ladder to go to the bathroom. So he used to piss out this fucking barn. He remembers. He goes, I remember waking up at night and pissing on the donkeys. He used to piss on the horses from the fucking top of the barn. Think about that. I watch the news and thank God I was born in Canada all the time. Yeah, dude. So lucky. So fucking lucky. Dude, you won the fucking lotto, dude. You don't even fucking know it. All of us did. And you got all these fucking blacks complaining about fucking slavery and all these fucking injustice. Well, guess what? Guess what? That stuff still goes on in Africa, in China. We ended that shit. We went through one revolution. We went through one civil war. We ended slavery. We fought for fucking civil rights, women's rights. That shit doesn't happen in every country. So fucking lucky. So fucking lucky. Listen. I want to be honest with you. All right. If I travel anywhere in the world, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to be impressed. I'm not going to be impressed. I just went to the other side of the continent a few weeks ago. You know what I saw? I saw homeless people all over the place. All over the place. Mentally ill people living in the streets. I wasn't impressed by that. I got the guy I work with. He's going back to Brazil. I said, "Let me ask you a question. Are there like people living in the?" He goes, "Dude, Brazil's bad." He goes, he is a fucking humongous country. It's fucking humongous. I'm telling you, it's bad." He said, "Some places are nice, but the majority of it is fucking bad. You can't go there." You know what's funny, Andrew? I love when people say that. They're like, "Oh, if you know, if we didn't go to war, we'd be speaking German right now." And I think to myself, I'm like, dude, we fought a revolutionary war against the British, and we all fucking speak English. So shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? They never say that. We won a war. We kicked the fucking British out, but we still speak British. We are lucky 100% and should be grateful more than what we show others ceremony. Andrew, Andrew, listen, we're very lucky, very lucky. Even our homeless people here are lucky. And my point was before we bitch about everything, yet Americans should be smacked for saying, what did that say? Cigarette tax measure? Smacked for saying we speak British. Yeah, we speak British. Yeah, we totally annihilated your language, by the way. Totally annihilated it. But who knows? Maybe people really do want to live in war-torn countries. They want to drink dirty water. They want to live. They want to live in concrete. Get Andrew on panel. Andrew, you want to come up here? You can come up here. People are demanding that you actually come up here, but you don't have to. I'm just gonna put it out there. People like living in cinder block houses with tin roofs, and we see it and we think, "Oh wow, that's no way for anyone to live," because you don't want to live like that. I went to the other side of the continent a couple weeks ago. All right, I'm telling you right now, there's some people that want to live like that, and it seems like the whole West Coast is like that. The whole West Coast. And everyone seems to be so understanding about it. You know what? You know what scares me about all this homelessness, and I brought this up to Pete. And I said it's not that there's homeless people, whatever, but the fact that other people see this, like young adults, and they think that this might maybe be a thing, that if stuff doesn't work out, you can always just live on the streets. I don't think it should be like that. I don't think that they should even have that should even be in their mind. You know, and I think that's kind of scary. And the other thing is, if any of you live on the West Coast, you'll know that a lot of these homeless people are coming out there specifically because you're not. It's okay. It's accepted. If you accept these things in your life, they're going to show up. They're absolutely going to show up. Hold on, Andrew. I'll bring you right up. Hold on. I hate to do this to Andrew, but I can't risk it now because everyone's fucking being jerks. Specifically because you're not. Hey, Andrew, what's up? It's okay. It's accepted. If you accept these things in your life, they're going to show up. Andrew, can you hear me? They're absolutely going to show up.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hold on, Andrew,
I'm just trying to figure this thing out. I haven't done this for a while.
I hate to do this to Andrew, but I can't risk it now because everyone's fine. Hey, Andrew, what's up? It's okay. I think it's your YouTube side, right?
I think give me a second. I'll sort it out.
Yeah.
Thing. I haven't used this for a long time. Well, StreamYards anyway. Let's see.
Let's see if you can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there we go. I think I should be.
So, Andrew,
how you doing?
How are you? So, Andrew, tell me
good,
before we go into this, what happened with Well, you left me that comment, and I kind of understood what you said, but can you kind of just tell me exactly what happened?
Okay, right. What happened was I just felt it was a little bit, I just felt it was going too far, and I just left it at that. I just made one comment, and I thought maybe just making that comment would be. I don't like to make a big deal out of something, If it's said, it's said. Leave it at that. Don't make too much of it. Just get straight to the point and say it, So I did that, and that's how it was,
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't
personally. I mean,
yeah, I know.
It was just the only thing I just felt was a little bit uncomfortable hearing. I mean, I don't know the guy. I don't know. none of us know each other. Let's face it. None of us really know each other at all, do we? Apart from you two, which is
No.
why I didn't say too much else about it. So that's why let's just left it at that, because there was no point. As I say, I don't know much about the situation anyway. I just felt personally listening to or hearing it was a little bit uncomfortable.
Do you,
But-
do you think my response was fair, or do you think I was?
No, I think it
You
was
know-
fair. I do think it was fair. Yeah, I do.
Because you know what, I didn't know what you thought about that, and I was like, all right, well maybe this guy isn't going to talk to me anymore, or he's not going to participate, and I
No.
thought like there's no other way to get in touch with him, so I just figured, I was like, I didn't really know what else to tell you, I didn't
No,
really
no.
know.
No, it wasn't
Yeah.
like that, Noodles. It was just I didn't really want to get too mixed up in it because I thought, it's like when you make a statement, sometimes you can almost get even involved too much with one statement. That can almost drag you into a million type of things. So you think to yourself, well, maybe I've just said enough, even by one sentence. So you just leave it. So that's what I did. I just left it at that. So I thought,
Yeah.
just don't say anymore. But it had no bearing on on you as a person and what you generally talk about. I just felt, when it was getting to that stage, I didn't like it. I mean, but I'm not going to be dishonest about it. I'm just going to say how I felt. But
Yeah.
it
No,
didn't make me
I get,
you know?
just so you know, to make you feel like I've had other people reach out to me about stuff,
Right.
right? And I've told them, I said, I will never, unless you do something that's incredibly fucking, ridiculous, I'm not going to cut you out. I'm not going to, whatever, I'm not going to exclude anyone from participating in this, because all it is, dude, is it's YouTube, right?
Yeah, of course.
And I think it's, first of all, it's fucking amazing that someone would even want to participate with anyone. All right, so I tell them all the time. I say, listen, I'm never gonna just kick you out. I'll never fucking be rude to you. I will be rude to you on a live stream, and you know what I'm saying. Like a lot of the
I
show.
would never have guessed Noodles.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. Like, so some people
I
don't
know
get
what you
that, and I have to explain that to them in private. And I say, I don't blame you. If it does, listen, you can call me anytime. You can reach out to me anytime, whatever. But as far as the show goes, the show is going to be the show, and
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There's nothing.
But that's the thing, Dave. I knew that anyway, but it was just that one thing.
Yeah.
And I put it out there. I didn't spread it about on different channels. I just said it directly on one live stream on the comment section, and I did that, and I left it at that, and that was it. It was done and
Alright.
dusted as far as I was concerned.
Charlotte, I'll bring you up. I was going to put up that thing, right? That hold on.
So,
I don't
how's your
trust-
day been today?
No, it's been pretty good. I got out early from work.
Hello.
Hey, Charlotte, what's up?
Oh, I hear trouble in the background.
That's not very nice, Andrew.
Oh, Charlotte, I've been dodging bullets all day, for God's sake.
Oh, God. Not for me. Not yet.
No,
anyway.
I know. Oh, fuck.
Stop. How are you both?
Good.
I'm doing
Sure.
good.
Let me ask you a question, because we were talking about.
God.
No, I'm serious. Do you
can
feel
forget.
lucky? Do you feel lucky that you live in the country you do? Do you feel lucky that Do you realize how lucky you are that you live in a civilized country? Alright.
Yes, absolutely. Especially as a woman.
Right. And let me ask you a question. So you're obviously not American, but you see things wrong with everything, right? There's certain things in England that you'd want to change, in America that you'd want to change or see changed or whatever. The fact that these bad things happen, do you think that the United States is a horrible country because we've had slavery, that we've had genocide, that we've had a civil war, that we've had a revolutionary war? Do you think that's a bad thing?
Well, America isn't the only country that has had slavery and genocide. I
Very
mean,
true. Yeah.
I mean, we've all, I mean, look at Britain, England.
Mhm.
I mean, us Irish were slaves.
Mhm.
The
We had
Portuguese blacks. Well,
we've gone all over the world and colonized
But
and taken over and destroyed.
India,
So
Pakistan. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not really in a position to judge America for its sins rather than look at my own first.
Absolutely. Yeah.
because I have a I watched one of these black live streams, right? And it was actually on Beasley's, and Beasley was talking about how this country's so fucked up. There was all this slavery, this persecution, whatever. And I told Beasley, I said, there's been slavery and persecution all over the world. In fact, it still happens
Absolutely.
today.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Dave, you live in a big
Uh,
country, right? You live in a big country. Have you traveled a lot around your country?
Well, I could say now that I've traveled from coast to coast.
Right.
I can
Yeah.
say
Now,
that.
have you noticed a difference between where you are now or compared to
Yes.
somebody? Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Yes, it's like so. Basically, I'll explain it to you like this: where I live 17 miles from Manhattan, right? So
Okay.
we live in like the suburbs of Manhattan, all
Right.
Yeah.
around Manhattan. Right? You leave, I drive maybe about an hour away. It's like you're in a different country,
Yeah.
and things
Yeah.
change dramatically.
Yeah.
Dramatically, lifestyle changes, the people's attitudes, the way they respond to things. But what I was getting at was that in the United States, we've experienced all this stuff that happens all over the world. All over the world. This isn't exclusive to the United States. And
No, of course not. No.
yeah,
No.
and we don't have that anymore. We ended all this stuff. And I kind of feel like people might harp on this stuff to kind of make it. I really don't want to say this because I want more black people here. All right, we don't have enough
Yeah,
black people.
I am black. I am black. Just haven't told you yet.
Yeah, all right. So we need more of you. We need more of you. We need more of your family members. So
Right enough.
You want a more
everybody.
diverse audience, don't you, Dave?
Yeah, and I think that what happens is a lot of these black communities harp on the fact that we're treated, mistreated, this, that, this. I'm telling you right now, the country that I live in, right, has dealt with everything the rest of the world has dealt with, and we ended it. We
When you say-
continue to make
How do you mean ended it? How do you mean? How did you end it?
So for instance, like segregation, right? Segregation
okay, that's
was
the point,
all over the world at one point.
Mhm.
A lot of countries took part in segregation. We ended that here, right? There's still segregation in other parts of the world.
South Africa.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So
India.
Yep.
yeah, so my point is that I kind of feel like these black communities, especially on YouTube, I think that they want these black people to feel like they're persecuted and they're only welcome there.
I think that's a bit of a shame, really. I mean,
That is
that
true.
you would
Yep.
that you would I mean, but I mean, I understand. Obviously, I'm not black. I think especially in America you do have a lot of racism.
Charlotte, we have a lot of it
Um,
here too.
Yeah, I mean, everywhere. Unfortunately, that's just a sad fact of life. There's racism everywhere. I think everyone's capable of being a little bit racist. I think it would be nice to have a little bit more of diversity over here, but then I mean,
We've
you
got
can't
too
force
much of it,
people.
Charlotte.
You can't. Well, no. I'm saying on this channel. I know that Dave would probably like that, but it's you can't force people to. I think if people feel comfortable with their own people, if their own, it's I don't know. It's a difficult situation, isn't it?
Yeah, because
Especially
Yeah, because
not,
if you
not being a big channel.
Okay, I'll.
right, because
okay.
we're not comfortable
we're not, for the record, we're not comfortable here because everybody's white, right?
No.
Then
Right,
I'd
right.
say to some people that no, but I'm saying to some people that might be a little bit off-putting. I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I live in London. I've been brought up in London. I've always, even from like kindergarten, I've always been in with like a mix of people.
Yeah.
To me, it's normal. Like I don't
Okay,
know.
I will
It's just
say one
normal
thing,
to me.
Charlotte, about that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've worked with, obviously, since I left school, since I went to college and stuff like that, I've worked with, when Dave says about people being black and stuff like that, that's not really been an issue for me because there aren't too many blacks in this part of the UK anyway. It's mostly Eastern Europeans. And that's a big issue here. And
I mean, some people do like
especially in the
to say to themselves, I mean, they feel more comfortable. I mean, obviously that where
yes, but it sometimes does cause a lot of trouble. Not trouble, but it causes a lot of issues in terms of communication because
yeah. I mean, that because you're blocking yourself off from getting to know other people. I mean, when my little girl used to go to primary school, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of different people, but I mean, I would say good morning to everybody. I'm just like that, but there's a lot of them, people that would prefer to stay and they would socialize with their own people, like the Muslim ladies, and that's up to them. I'm not.
Now, what I've always said about that situation is, if you want to come over to the Western Europe, then you have to understand that we have our way of living. Now, if you were to go to Eastern Europe or Western Asia, something like Armenia,
like we're kind of fit in, wouldn't you? You'd have to respect.
Absolutely, but they don't do that.
Learn
here.
the language and I understand that.
They expect.
So do you think it's a total disrespect to you because they don't want to participate? They're living next door to you now. They're coming to your country. And now they don't want to participate.
On a personal level, David, I would say yes.
For me, no. But then, I mean, Andrew and I are different people. We live in different places, so it, I'm more used to a different amount of. I'm trying to be diplomatic. I'm used to a lot of different types of people because I live in a major city. No disrespect to Andrew. London has always been full of no. My city's always been.
London's huge. I get that. Yeah.
Immigrants. Even from years and years ago, with the ships.
Let me ask you a question, Charlotte.
Yes.
Let's say where you live, it becomes heavily populated by Muslims or Arabs or whatever, right? Immigrants.
Like that.
It is.
Okay. Well, let's all right. Well, let's just say you're walking down the street. It's so populated there that people are now you're starting to get dirty looks from people, and people are yelling at you in the streets, demanding that you might wear a burqa or something over your head.
They do that in certain parts of England, and I would tell them to go and fuck themselves because
But because
it's not the Middle East. It's not.
Yes,
they're living in the UK.
Yes,
right.
But unfortunately, we have Sharia courts in this country. I mean, that is not right. That's completely wrong.
Sharia law, yeah.
That's completely wrong.
I'd say that's more so up north, like Birmingham, places like Birmingham.
It's up here as well.
Places, Andrew. Yeah. Oh, is there? Yeah, I mean, we get some of that in London. But first of all, I'll never let any man dictate me what I can and cannot wear, regardless of who it is.
Well, thank God you're not a Muslim. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, that's it. Regardless, because But to be fair, I don't dress.
Well, to be fair,
I dress casually anyway.
Yeah, but to be fair, the only reason why you're saying that is because you don't live in one of those countries where you have to be told what to do. Right. If you lived in Saudi Arabia, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be saying that. And this is
No,
my point.
I would have to be
You're
puzzled.
very lucky. You're
We'd have
very
no
lucky
limbs
to
right
be
now,
living.
Charlotte.
Yeah, you'd have no tongue.
But then, Dave, that would be my choice to go and live in that country, knowing that it's a Muslim country, and I would have to follow the law and respect the people there. That's the difference, and I would do it because it would be my choice to go and live
So you
there,
would-
right?
Okay, so what if there were so many Muslims in your country that it wasn't the law, but if you did live in an area where it was heavily populated, you might be you might be assaulted, harassed, because you're now going into an area where it's heavily populated with these kinds of people.
Right. See, this is
I don't
another
think
issue.
that would ever happen here, to be honest.
Yeah, but Charlotte, there's also an issue of
There's
people.
probably parts of England that are more densely populated with
Why don't you think? Why don't you
that-
think it would happen there? Out of curiosity, why don't you think it would happen?
I just don't think there's too many white English people that wouldn't have it.
Nope.
Okay, so you're saying that white people would not let another culture hurt you?
Not to the extent where women would feel the need to wear burqas or the hijab. If you're like a non-Muslim
Okay.
living
Okay.
in your own country, I don't
Well,
see it happening.
Let's put it another way, right? Now, I see advertisements in newspapers, even to this day, with hotel newspapers, advertising things like burkinis. Do you guys know what a burkini is?
Yes, I do.
could just imagine.
Unfortunately,
And
this is a
No,
Is it
but
wait,
you
wait, wait,
one, didn't you?
Wait,
Remember
let me
that,
guess.
Andrew?
Let me guess. It's a real onesie, right? Like it's like all the way down to the
That's
ankle.
exactly what it is.
Andrew, you're going to start Dave off. Andrew,
Yeah.
you're going to get Dave off on the cell.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Now, years ago, we used to have the page 3 girls. You know, the women obviously were in the front page of the second page of the Sun and the Star newspaper
Yeah,
back in the
Page 3, I
90s,
remember that.
80s. Yeah. Nowadays, it's like, oh, buy your bikini here for $8.99. You know, who the fuck wears a bikini? Come on, get the fuck, you stupid bastards.
But then the women have to wear them in the Arab Muslim
Who
countries.
the hell?
I-
And there was a case of people in Portugal, right?
They
Because
do.
these people went down to Portugal, these Muslim family went down to Portugal, and they were told to get out of the swimming pool. Thankfully, some people with sense told these Muslim people to get out of the pool because they weren't wearing proper material, i.e. nothing. You know, they had to have burkinis on because of these people
It
have
can
got
be
such
dangerous.
warped
I mean,
minds.
that's why you're not allowed over here in pools. If you're in an indoor pool, if you're going to wear like a t-shirt, because they would want you to wear the correct, the swimwear. whether
It's
it's a
crazy.
bikini
So
or a onesie.
let me ask you guys a question, because I just recently saw this. All right, there's a rise in. The reason why I saw this is because I was trying to create a video for that town Pesco Pagano where my family's from, and recently there's been a rise in fascist propaganda there, white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and it's all because that this town was a coast town, and a lot of African immigrants are coming in and they're annexing
Right.
these these houses, and these people it's their vacation houses, and they want these people out. So what you were saying before about white men not letting that happen to you, do you think there's a possibility that this can actually cause like a rise in white nationalism?
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
I would say
100%.
it could do. I would hope not. I mean, in an ideal world, we would all get along, wouldn't we? But it's never going to happen.
I think the problem is, Charlotte, as well, is unfortunately, where we live, we're so close to North Africa, we're so close to Western Asia. It's just,
Yeah.
we're talking hundreds, thousands of years of Muslim Christianity fighting against each other. It's just the way it's been.
Absolutely.
know?
Yeah. Well, it's always a big thing, religion. It's always a bone of contention, isn't it? That's why
Definitely.
another
One of the
reason
biggest
why
ones,
I'm not religious. I know it causes
Same.
too much. It causes a lot of trouble.
I
People
told you
No,
are
let's
guys.
say-
dying in the name. People are dying in the name of religion. It's ridiculous.
Now, let me ask you a question. What if it came down to culture? What if they wanted you to change your culture because your area became very populated with a certain group of people? Would you be okay with that?
I
No.
mean, personally,
No.
I'm open to any culture. I mean, when we used to have like the summer fates at school, Dave. I mean, you would have all different types of cuisine, and it was and don't laugh. Obviously, I'm talking about food.
Sorry.
But
As soon as you say don't laugh,
but
I
I'm
have to
saying
laugh.
it's nice because I knew Dave was going to do it. I'm just saying.
I didn't laugh at all. No, I didn't laugh at all.
It was
But
me.
I'm just
I was
saying,
thinking about
it is nice to be adventurous. It's nice to try different cultures. I mean, my ex-husband was Mexican. My daughter is mixed. I can't exactly. And my ex-boyfriend was from Romania. So I can't exactly sit here and say, well, I'm only going to be with white people. I'm only going to eat English food. I'm quite happy to mix with anybody, really. Shut up, Dave.
No, it's me.
I'm not laughing.
As well, Andrew.
Sorry. I'm looking
No,
at
because
not Chaudis. Yeah.
because that's how it is here. That's how it is here. And if you ever came here, Charlotte, it would blow your mind. All right. You go to one town.
Dave, I'm very angry with you. I've got cannoli ready.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Andrew, have you ever had a cannoli? Have you ever had a
No,
cannoli?
I haven't. I've been looking at
Really?
you guys talk about cannoli for the last couple of days. I'm thinking, do I ask what the hell this thing is, or do I just say
I feel like
So I haven't said
I
anything.
feel like I'm in like cannoli teas. Dave, you're cannoli blocking me.
So can you
I can
guys
get cannoli
confirm
right
what is
now,
it,
right now.
David? What is a cannoli? Come on.
It's like all right. You know how they make a taco, right?
Yeah.
It's basically a crunchy crust, right? They put a cream inside of it, and sometimes it has like chocolate chips in it. At least that's what they serve in the United States, and they put confection sugar over the top of it.
I don't even want it now. I actually feel like I physically need it. I just want to look at it.
Physically.
I can show you. I can show you one right now. You want to go see one?
Sure.
Dave, I want cannoli porn.
See, that word is. I've never heard this word until I think this week. So it's.
Oh no! I mean, I have
me.
seen them, and I can order them. It's just I don't know. It's like you'd like to go to somewhere that is, anyway, let's not talk about food.
Nuck Choris obviously knows a little bit. I wouldn't know what an orange walk is, but tell the average Protestant, I'm sure they'd be glad to tell you.
Well, let me ask you another question, right? Do you think that if you go into a certain area in the UK that's heavily, let's say it was Colombian, right? Do you think that you should be wearing a Colombian garb or speak Spanish or?
No.
No, you would not do that. No.
And we do actually have
and that's
different.
because...
Oh, he's gone. Oh, God.
I think in this case, in the terms of UK, it would be a Pakistani area or.
I'd say that we have predominantly more of a Muslim.
Yeah. But I remember Charlotte. I remember when I was a kid, and I remember when we had the mosque, ringing the bells. Not the ringing the bells. The song they play. Yeah.
So it's the call to prayer.
Yeah, the call to prayer, and you were fine with it back then because a lot of the people, they didn't have the same mindset as the Al Qaeda mindset came on later on, and then everything started to change, and you were getting really worried that people were going to stab you or shoot you.
I mean, I live quite near Finsbury Park, and the Finsbury Park Mosque is quite well known for, unfortunately, having.
Yeah, I know Finsbury Park's pretty bad.
Yeah. It that particular mosque actually has had a lot of terrorist implications. But again, that is a small minority. It's just like saying all Irish people,
absolutely,
are in the IRA. They're not.
Precisely, that's a good point. Very well put. Yeah.
I don't know. That's
yeah.
my opinion. Everyone's got their opinion. Opinions are like arseholes. We've all got one.
Charlotte,
know,
I
I
would
just-
say there's arseholes in every community. That's for sure.
Of
you know.
course, and there's arseholes. Yeah. I mean, we know quite a few of them.
I think you
And-
might be onto
and I'm
something
an
there.
arsehole myself. and I'm an arsehole myself sometimes. But
So
I
am
admit it.
Yeah,
But
so am
I don't know where Dave went. I'm gonna hop off anyway because I've got shit to do.
He dragged me on this panel. I couldn't believe it.
I know he's terrible. Now he's gone. I don't want to leave you up here by yourself though.
Yeah, I don't
Up
worry
the
about
right.
myself
Look at
either.
Nuck
So.
Choris. Up the right. You be quiet.
Nocturus knows exactly what the score is, I think.
Yeah, up the right. Yeah, I know what up the right. Up the right is.
Yeah, so die. So,
Be quiet.
where is... Oh, there's Denise R. Hi, Denise R. How you doing today? Hopefully
Hey,
you've had a
Denise.
fantastic day.
Love Denise is wonderful. Denise, I love you, and we have to try and take Dave's Crocs away from him.
Is he
It's a
still wearing those
disgrace.
things? Oh my god.
I think it's an abomination. Oh, cannoli, hang on.
Oh, right enough.
Oh,
Wait, I can-
Wait, hold on.
Eat. Oh my god, look at all those cakes, Dave. I hate you so much.
No. Is he tempting
Dave,
you?
if
Girl?
I
Is he
ever
tempting
come
you with
there,
that?
you know I'm gonna smash that glass, and I'm gonna be. Dave, you're horrible to me. I'm so hungry.
You know what's my favorite? You ever have rum bambas?
God, I want it in my mouth. That
I've never
sounds
heard of
rude.
those beef
Sorry.
either.
Dave,
You ever have rum bamba?
why are you cake teasing me? He's telling me, oh, mini ones.
Charlotte, you being cake shamed right now?
I think Dave's mean. He's very mean. I'm gonna tell Pete every time you piss me off.
Excuse me, ma'am. Do you have any cannolis?
I hate. No, you don't.
Oh, okay.
The cake as well.
Charlotte, you sound distressed right now. I'm quite worried.
I know. I'm gonna calm down now. I got slightly overexcited when I saw all the cake.
Well, I'm going to say one thing. This is a much more relaxed conversation that I had the other day on MMDs. That's all I'm going to say. So,
Oh,
So-
I've given
so
up.
short.
God.
oh my god.
Oh, Dave, buy me some cake.
I just wanted to get
Oh
one.
my
I just wanted to
God.
get one. Yeah? Okay. Please.
Oh my god, Dave, those cakes.
Can I just get a small one, please? A small one, please? We're gonna get a small cannoli, Charlotte. We're gonna get a small cannoli.
Dave, get her to put the cream in it, Dave. Fill it up, bitch.
I'm sorry? Yeah, powdered sugar, please. See, they fill it up, Charlotte. They're filling it up with and they're
I
gonna put
hate
some
you, Dave.
That
Some
sounds
powdered
like
sugar.
that sounds like diabetes central there, noodles.
I don't care. I don't care. Don't put it in the box. He'll eat it now. Dave, I want you to put the camera on yourself when you eat it, okay? This is going to be like, and everyone has to be quiet.
I don't want to see that, Charlotte.
I do. Dude, I'm going to turn into Dave's enabler.
YouTube. That's what YouTube's all about, enabling.
Yeah, I'm going to be like, Dave, eat the cake for me, Dave. Dave, let's go get on. Look at those cakes there, mate. I'd buy one and pretend it was my birthday. I may or may not have done that already, but I'm not
Yeah, if you enjoy something, embrace it.
No, it's your birthday. I'm like, yeah. No. Oh my
Those
god.
look pretty good. Those look pretty good. I will say.
They look beautiful, don't they? They're like works
Yeah.
of art. They're too pretty to eat, but I do eat it.
They all come out the same way. Remember that.
Oh my god, I love the one with the fruit on as well. Oh my god, look at the cupcakes. Dave, I hate you. Why are you teasing me like this? I
He's
swear
evil.
to God,
He's evil. That's
if
what it is.
I worked there, you'd be rolling me around the bloody building.
Charlotte, you ever have a rum baba?
No, but I've heard of it.
Rum babas are really good too.
I have seen them in the delis. I've never had one. Don't box it up. He'll eat it now, love.
Like when you carry it, if you hold it like this, it won't shake over.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, lady. Oh God, Dave, I hate you so much.
There it is, Charlotte.
It's
Your
no
wish has
good,
been
no
granted.
bloody good over there, is it?
Charlotte, look at all the
Dave, are you
cookies.
Shut up, Dave. Oh my God.
Look at all the cookies,
You're
Charlotte.
evil. Oh my God.
It reminds me of an Oreo donut or something.
Oh my God. That baklava. Oh my God. Look at that.
It looks nice though. Yeah.
This is why you never go shopping when you're hungry. I swear to God, I'd have like an extra trolley.
A trolley full of them.
See, Dave's just evil. This is his way of getting back at me from any bitchiness I've ever given him. Just show me cakes. Dave, you're evil. Ugh. I think we
Charlotte.
should pick something. Shut up, Dave. Shut the fuck up. Keep moving.
All right,
Don't
let's
show
go get
me
some
anymore.
power. I'm gonna go get a Powerade.
Get a bottle of water. Your piss must be like syrup.
So I take it you've not
I'm
adopted.
serious.
I take it you've not adopted the water routine yet, Noodles.
Get a bottle of water. Be a good boy.
Charlotte.
Stop it, Dave. I love Reese's. I just scared the cat. She was like, ah. I love Lynn as well. Oh my God, Dave, I hate you so much right now.
I'm not really into watching people buy things, but just
No, I want Dave to eat it for me.
Let me get some Powerade for tonight.
Bloody power in your coffee.
I'm gonna get one because the reason why I buy this is because Anderson Henderson drinks it.
That's his period blood one, isn't it? That he likes.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
I'm gonna get two of them.
Being mean. This is torture. This is cake torture. I'm telling Pete everything. I'm even gonna start lying to Pete about you, saying that you're shitting yourself in the car. This is on now, Dave. It's on now.
I'm away. Shit yourself in the car. Oh my God.
I'm gonna tell so many lies. No. No, I don't want that. Dave, why are you queuing? Don't I know who you are? Push past and say I'm a bulldo. Don't you know who I am?
Oh my God, that's the worst thing you can do. It's like that's the famous line, isn't it? It's like, do you know who I am? It's like, and usually 9 out of 10 they're like, no. I've tried it. It doesn't work.
Oh my God. Denise, it's not fair. Did you see all those beautiful cakes? That's torture. That's hateful.
Coconut cream pie. I don't know if I'd be into that one.
Dave's going to pay for that. I'm going to tell so many lies to Pete.
All right, let's pay for this.
Insert cash or select payment type. Will you scan your Rapid Shopper card? Use PIN pad to complete transaction.
I didn't know what to say right now. I was hoping for a conversation, but it's all about cake buying and stuff like that, you know.
Use PIN pad to complete transaction.
Dave, I hope your card gets declined.
What's that?
I hope Dave's card gets declined.
We've all been there.
Oh, I've done the walk of shame a few times.
Same.
I know, Denise. I haven't even had. All I've eaten today is fucking crackers. And
That
that's
all
not
you've had
white
today?
people. I've not been eating word of white people. I've
Yeah,
actually been eating like crackers.
Us pure whites in Britain only have crackers for dinner, you know. So it's like,
I just wasn't really in the mood to eat, and now I just want. Thanks, Dave. Like,
Well,
now
we're gonna eat
learn
this. I'm gonna
to-
eat this in front of you, Charlotte. Hold on.
Now
Wait until I get back to the
want
car.
you to. Don't give any to Tino or the baby.
No, they're not.
have
They
you
can't
got
have
have you
it.
got the dogs with you today?
What's that?
Have you got the dogs with you today?
No, I haven't gotten home yet, so
No.
I'll be home. I'll be home in a few minutes.
Did you get the children cookies?
Yeah, I got them. They have cookies at the house, but I gotta watch. I gotta make sure I don't give them too many because
Yeah,
these
not-
dogs.
yeah,
I don't know.
quite
If
rich.
well, what happens is these dogs fart like human beings. They smell so fucking bad.
Yeah, well, they're
All right,
probably
let's get
very,
this-
they're only meant to be, they're a treat. They're probably very, very rich, aren't they? Especially if you buy the
Yeah,
good
they're you can't. Yeah, they'll get like pancreatitis and stuff like that if they eat like that. So. All right, let's get this going. All right, let's see.
Dave. Everybody quiet.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna get the
Andrew.
phone. I'm gonna get the phone synced up to the car, so I'll be right back. Hold on.
Okay.
Make sure.
Everybody has to
Charlotte,
be
you're
quiet now.
into
We're
a
going to have a
treat right
moment.
now.
Exactly, Denise. He probably smells worse than the dogs.
It depends on what he's feeding them, though. You know, if he's feeding them stuff like that, they're going to be farting for.
Fighting for
Generation.
England
Yeah, exactly.
and Ireland and America. It's when I give the because I only give the cats really good food. So every now and then, I mean, they don't fart that often, but occasionally I'll be like, "Oh hell no, not!" And I'm like, "Why are you laying next to me when you're doing it? You don't even
Do
care. There's
you-
no respect."
Have you noticed that some cats they'll eat anything? Like some people say, "Oh, cats will eat a certain thing." You know, they'll eat fish or chicken or
Yeah,
something.
well,
like that.
mine are fussy because they're spoiled. All right, Dave, we can have a moment. Go on. Take your time.
So-
Take your time, Dave.
So this is the cannoli, right? You see the chocolate
Oh my-
chips on there? Already?
I hate you, Dave. I hate you, Dave.
Don't make those noises, David, or I'm gonna have to cut you off.
Come on.
I hate you right now. Full screen. Fuck has got full screen.
Oh my god.
No,
Oh
David.
my god.
Please go back onto the original screen.
I just want to I just want to start licking the phone, but I end up licking your face. That's just disgusting.
Look.
Go on,
Okay.
Dave. Go. Oh, you
Oh.
pervert. You pervert.
Mm. Oh.
Oh my
You do realize,
God.
Charlotte, those noises are just for effect.
No, that actually looks really good. I'd be making those noises too. All right, Dave. You've I've got nothing more to say to you, Dave. Nothing
Where's
more
my
to say now.
domestos?
Mm.
Thank God I'm laying down is all I'm going to say.
Charlotte,
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for the cannoli. The second-hand cannoli.
Wow, that was delicious, Charlotte. Mm.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Now I'm going to have to hunt for one tomorrow.
all right. I was thinking you were going to say something else there. I was getting a little bit concerned.
Andrew!
Charlotte, yeah, I asked you about that before. When was the last time you had sex? Like years ago, or?
With
answer
myself
that
or
question.
with
Don't
somebody
answer
else?
them.
Dave,
Well,
with
I mean,
myself
no,
or
I mean,
with
like- No. I mean, like, all right. When was the last? What was the last relationship you had? How long
The
ago?
last relationship was like 3 years ago.
Oh, that's not bad. That you should be used to it by now. I remember when I decided to be celibate. It was a very weird feeling not to go after someone or not to talk to. I had actually stayed. Are you staying away from people, or are you?
Yes,
You know.
because I
Yeah.
hate. No, well, the last actual boyfriend I had was 3 years ago, and the last time I actually slept with a guy was a year and a half ago, maybe, and that was crap. So I might as
Yeah.
well just stayed at home and had a wank. To be fair,
Yeah. So do you? Where were you meeting these guys? Were you? I mean, because you only had sex a year ago, right? But were you dating men during
about a
that time?
year and hang on, February, March, April, May, June, July. It was 18 months ago last time I actually got it in.
All right, but
Okay.
were you dating men at the time, or was it kind of just like, oh, you went out, you met this guy?
I
What happened?
actually started talking to him on here, and
Oh.
he's a fellow Brit. So, but
Is he
we
in this
started off
community?
as friends. No,
Oh, good. I'm gonna say don't.
no,
That's probably the worst
no,
thing to
I'm
fucking
not
do.
doxing him. But what I'm saying is, it wasn't a very good experience. This is exactly why I don't do casual sex or hookups, because it's normally awful. And it was
Let
awful
me
and
ask-
uncomfortable, and I couldn't wait to go home.
So let me ask you a question. Was it like the first time you guys met, like physically, or was it like third
Physically,
date,
yeah.
second?
No, physically, yeah.
Okay,
We've been
so
speaking
were you?
for a
What were you
good while.
anticipating? What were you anticipating?
Hey, Lindy. Linda, I'm being rude. What do you mean? I don't know. I mean, I liked him. We were friends at first, and I was
Whitney's
just.
lovely. She's beautiful. She is really beautiful.
But it just was a not very good experience. I think we were both incredibly awkward, and yeah, just we would have been
but-
better off as friends. Let's put it that way. I wish we had gone that extra step and just been friends.
Yeah.
If I'd have gone over there just as a friend and slept on the couch, it would have been a lot better. Let's put it that way.
Sometimes having the old alcohol does help a little bit if you want to just like get
I
on.
couldn't get drunk. I was trying to. I was drinking, but I was sober.
Right.
Hey, Woody.
Hey, Linda.
Hi.
Linda.
I saw Shar up there, and I was like, I gotta get up there.
Hello, Witty. How you doing?
Linda, you missed it. Dave bought a mini cannoli and ate it in front of me and did lots of
Yeah,
sex
he
noises.
was. David was teasing. Poor Charlotte.
It was
She was in
delicious.
pain and
Delicious.
agony.
Hey, first of all, that's not sexy by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, not Dave, but the cannoli. Bye, Denise.
Nobody wants to see him eat. I'm telling you.
Take care,
No,
Denise.
I said I was going to start licking the phone, but I realised I'd end up licking Dave's face. I just thought,
Licking
no,
the
I'm not.
phone.
I can't do that. I can't do that. Sorry, Pete. Thought crossed my mind. Right?
I have no idea.
I think
I
the
have
only person I've never talked to before is Witty in
Really?
person. So nice to speak to you at last.
Love his accent. That's like the best accent.
I know, and Linda is amazing. I'm one of
His
her
voice is like
spiderettes, one of her
crystal clear, right?
spies.
I hope so.
What,
Yeah, you have a very crystal clear voice.
what does Pete see in noodles? Explain.
Absolutely nothing.
I don't know.
Ah,
He makes himself out to be the most unappealing man on the internet. The farthest. The
what's
Oh
shit
my
is-
God.
What's changed? What's changed?
Dave! You're
What?
getting
She's gotta say
that. Epic.
She's got to say that because
But it's true. Like, I don't like. What is it about you that she likes?
I think that women like men who are confident, and I think I'm definitely confident. Yeah.
Perhaps
but not
Dave is
overly
very
confident.
kind
Not overly
away from YouTube. Dave, are you very kind away from YouTube? Are you a kind man?
Yeah, of course. I've never been. Woody, have I ever been? Have I ever been
Yeah.
short with you or rude to you?
No, but I don't see
In
any
real life.
difference. I don't see any difference.
Oh, I've never spoken
Real
to
life-
Dave
real
privately,
life
so
noodles.
I wouldn't.
And YouTube noodles are the same.
Well, I don't know. I think that people call me, and I'm very delicate with them. I don't, on the show, I gotta pretend I'm a jerk, but
Now that's a good question. Now, I've always wanted to ask this, but obviously it's not. I'm never too sure when to ask it or what to say. So is it really just an act, or are you, in real
Yeah,
life,
so-
are you different?
Yes, I don't. You know, I listen. I show you guys what I do and the way I talk to people, and it's not. You know, when I play noodles, I'm playing a guy who's absolutely perfect. He's a piece of garbage, but he thinks he's God's gift to everyone. I knew a guy like that in high school.
Well, you do the
And
garbage part very well.
yeah, yeah. So I mean, it's an annoying character, but it's ridiculous. I find that the guy that I mimic, he
What the hell?
really acted like that.
Who's
Really
this on
acted
the
like
end? Who is this person? What the hell's that?
I can't. I
All
can't.
right, okay,
So
okay, never mind. I know who it is
the-
now. Sorry. Sorry, David. What are you saying?
no, so I'm just saying that's what it is.
No, it was just what you put me off
Oh.
with this strange image at the end of the screen.
I haven't been following this. Is she still going crazy about this, or
Oh yeah.
is she kind of done?
Yeah, what's happened here, guys? What's all
What's
this
the-
German thing?
I was so bored of it. So yesterday.
Is she really a man? Is she really a man?
Only God knows that. Who's to say?
Well, Whitty, what's going on with you and Igor? Are you gonna go after him or what?
I probably won't, but I could. I could go and talk to my dad, go over to England, get an attorney, and sue his family. I wouldn't get anything, but
Yeah.
just for the, you know what it is? It's principle. I didn't really care very much, but at the end of the day, that money actually was going to my youngest daughter. All the money from my AdSense and everything.
Yeah.
And then I thought about it when you said that, and I thought to myself, we shouldn't let this idiot get away with it. You know?
I feel like everyone thinks it's a joke. What's that, Andrew?
Yeah, was she actually making physical threats against you, Linda?
Yeah, yeah. On multiple platforms. Yeah. Imagine.
Yeah, I can actually believe it. Yeah, I can.
I'm
But-
so
No,
scared.
no. I know. I bet you are.
I'm terrified.
Some people need
Well,
to.
I
lead
feel- I
onto
feel
the IE German.
I feel like she's trolling. I don't think she's got to be making money off this. She's got
Of
to.
course. Hmm.
Yeah. So I feel like she's, she can't be that upset because she was involved with the whole friggin' the extortion thing, and Noodles has bought her and all this crap. I mean, she participates just like everyone else. I don't understand why she's so upset. And I tried to talk to her privately. She won't do it.
But when you hear her voice, well, I say her. I don't know. I'm totally confused now. What do I call this person? You know.
Well, call
when
her
I
what
hear
she-
this, okay, I'll say this person's voice. This does sound quite. I mean, this does sound quite feminine, to a degree.
What? It's
All right, but
I don't know.
But let me
I'm
ask you-
not an expert, Linda, on these sort of things. I don't know.
all right, but let me ask you a question. If someone comes to you and they want you to call them Peter, right? And their
Right.
name's really Joe. What do? You say no, your name's really Joe.
Yeah,
wait,
but it's
so-
different if they're male and female. It's the difference between male and female. That's Pete and
Yeah,
Joe
yeah.
are with male.
Yeah, but you're not having sex with this person. You're
Oh,
not treating. You're just because I kind of feel like that's the appropriate thing to do. Is when
Right.
someone wants you to refer to them as something, I'm not gonna get into an argument with them. In real life. I mean, this is YouTube, and no offense, but like, if this was in real life, I wouldn't give two fucks. I would just walk away from this person.
Yeah, I would do the same. And although I can see if somebody's having a go at yourself, Linda, I can understand why you'd be pissed off as well. Personally, from what I've seen of this person's channel and the faces that they've put on there, it doesn't look normal. The face and stuff like that.
doesn't look normal.
It
You know,
does look quite strange.
Andrew, if you were on the other end of the phone reciting the dictionary, I would immediately have an orgasm just listening to you.
Andrew, you're straight, right? You're
Yes.
straight, right?
Yeah, so
That
I
one
would like
Charles
to
came.
his accent. I just think his accent's so sexy.
Yeah,
a
yeah,
lot of
he's
people
got a
would like
very
to say other things, like I think Schmeckelcat tried to say something else, but I know me and him talked about it, and it was fine. Well, not fine, but he was just saying it because of the Michelle Marie Delaney situation. It was okay. We sorted that all out. He's still a dick.
What's going on, Michelle Marie Delaney? 'Cause I saw you come in here. You were very upset with that. What happened?
It was just people were getting annoyed the fact that she was basically ignoring people that were supporting her originally, and
We all
not just originally, but exactly. Everyone was supporting her, and she was just throwing everybody under the bus, even Paul and Skynet and stuff like that. They were getting thrown under the bus as well, despite the fact that Paul. I mean, Paul would be the first person to admit that he is an ass. He wouldn't admit it. Some of the other things he has actually done also, but he is what he is. You know, that's fine. That's fine. But Michelle Marie Delaney, I would say, is probably the worst person in the whole scheme of things. You know,
Why?
So let me ask you.
because sorry, Dave.
Yeah.
Because she doesn't care who really she involves in her scheme of things. As long as money is coming into her, she doesn't mind.
Well, you know what the thing is? She lives very meagerly. She
Right.
doesn't have very much because of her disability. So she's in a desperate situation where she doesn't even have some basic comforts at home that we take for granted.
Right. Okay.
A cozy home. She has furniture that's falling apart. It's cold in the winter. She doesn't have adequate heat or air ventilation. She's slumming it really, and I think she's pretty desperate to get out of that situation with what means she has, and the only means she has is a little entertainment on YouTube because you know she's partially blind or legally blind. She's hard of hearing. She has physical ailments. She has a split personality, if you know, basically.
And you know something, Linda, when people say that, or when I see it myself, I honestly do feel guilty for her. I feel bad for her. And I know that's not the way. I know it shouldn't be like that. You shouldn't have to feel guilty to actually support someone. You should support somebody for, legitimate reasons.
Well, there's also this. She's on the spectrum, right? She's got Asperger's, and that people with Asperger's don't see beyond their own self. They can't see other people, other. You understand? They don't. What's the word? I can't even articulate today. I just had a little bit of weed, and now I'm like can't think straight.
You know what it is though. She's very intelligent, and you can't wrap your mind around the fact that she's not paying attention to you. I've had multiple conversations with her over the phone.
That's the Asperger.
Yeah, and she's not paying attention.
But
she picks up on certain things and then replies to it. But yeah,
I don't understand where you get she's intelligent. She's not a.
She's intelligent. She's intelligent because she knows a lot about maybe one or two things that she's hyper focused on.
Right. That's
right.
Asperger's does that when you're.
Right.
It's obsession.
Yeah. A lot of the intelligence is actually trapped. You can't actually get the intelligence out into us. You can get it out.
Well, she is socially awkward as well.
Right.
I mean, that's very.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when you realize this, when you realize that she's not paying attention to you, it kind of blows your mind, and it kind of gets you angry. But
it does.
Yeah. You gotta walk away, dude. I'm telling you.
No, but she doesn't have the wherewithal to understand that because Asperger's they only can understand themselves and try to explore who they are. They don't. If they're not hungry, they'll assume you're not hungry. You see that?
Right.
Yeah, but there's only so much you can keep going back to, every time and then getting the same non-response, if that makes sense.
Well, here's the thing. How did you feel when she kicked me to the curb?
Well, that was probably when I was actually first getting to the channel, so I didn't actually know it was you that was making some of the phone calls.
Yeah.
And
So
somebody-
you realize that she was fully aware that it was me on the
Oh
phone,
yeah,
right?
of course she was. I mean, that's obvious, And but there were people that were saying, "Oh, right, okay, what can we do for you?" And Michelle was what we thought was genuine, saying stuff like, "Oh, well, I'm getting very anxious. I'm getting very stressed out over this, that, and the next thing." So we would say stuff like, "Well, what to do? Would you like to talk about what really interests you?" So we would go along that line, and she was like, "Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect." So we went to that. So when our show was coming on, then she would talk about the subject for like 5 minutes, and then suddenly it would go back to stimulus checks. It'd go back to housing issues, stuff like that. And I thought, okay, it's just not getting anywhere. And then eventually she would take back the people that she apparently hated, like Schmecklecat and Skynet. And you thought to yourself, well, what do? You can't. We're not psychiatrists. We're not doctors. So
I know someone who visited her. I know someone who visited her, and because I was going to go out there, I was going to help her buy a mattress. She needed a mattress, and she wanted to go clothes shopping. She needed new clothes.
Okay.
Someone reached out to me, and they said, "Just so you know, it's not going to be what you think." And I said, "Well, what do you mean?" And this person said, "Just so you know, it's going to be a lot worse than you think." And the moment that person said that, I was out. I can't.
Okay.
What they
Yeah,
described
I
was,
understand that,
it's bad.
I get
Yeah.
that. Mhm.
So
But-
just for the record, man, what he said is actually true. She's desperate. She's hungry. She's
I mean, don't get me wrong, I get it. I mean, the fact is, if you're struggling, if you don't have much chance of any other income, of course, YouTube's a very good opportunity to get that income. But she's going about it the wrong way. But if you've got a disability, again, as I said earlier on, we're not psychiatrists, we're not doctors. We can only advise. We can only say this might be a good idea, this might not be a good idea. So
well, if you were going to manage her, what would be the next move? What would you tell her
I
to
would
do?
have her dancing in our house for about 3 hours, and then I would tell her make it in slow motion.
3 hours. Listen, if she could dance for 3 hours, she can get a job.
Well,
Right? Absolutely.
what was so bad about the phone calls besides the N-word being used and all that stuff? What was so bad?
Let me answer that. She
Right.
has been made fun of
Yeah.
her entire life. Her
True.
entire life, people have made fun of her disabilities. That was, and I told you this before, the last thing she wanted on her show. But she cannot rely on her point of view and her opinions because they're not really what other people believe in. So I think Andrew's got a good path for her. More entertainment, less views and opinions. Nobody wants to hear her views and opinions. They want to see her.
But
That's right. Yeah. Right.
so the problem with that is I asked her about this, and she told me that she wakes up every morning, prepares for the show, reads the newspaper, and then goes live. Right? She's super focused on doing the show like that. I'm telling you, this has been her life.
But she should be. If she was cooking macaroni and cheese in her kitchen, she'd get more views. If she was doing her ice queen or whatever it is she does, she would get more views. If she's walking around the street or petting her cat, she would get more views. If she's touching on politics, nobody wants to do that on YouTube. We want to get away from that.
That's
We want to know.
So let me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't you think the right mix was, because she wanted to do this politics stuff, right? Schmecklecat, what he did, right, was he would let her do her stuff, and then he would throw some like ridiculous stuff in there, and it would then she would ignore it and go right back to what she was talking about. I thought that was funny as hell. I thought that was great. And then the phone calls too. She would try to have a normal conversation with a guy like Eric from Texas, and that was funny as hell.
I remember him.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that.
Nice guy.
He's not wired that way to understand it. You know what I mean? She's not laughing with you. You're laughing at her, and she's not in it. She's, you know what I mean? She's not going along with it.
I called her one night and asked her. I was like, "So, what do you think? You like the calls?" She knew I was Eric from Texas. I told her all this stuff.
Yeah,
You know, we were talking about it, and she goes, "Yeah." She goes, "You know, I don't mind the comedy. We're getting more views." She's like, "I want to keep doing this," but she goes, "I don't understand why people have to curse." Like, she was aware, Witty. She wasn't. She was. I don't think you understand how aware she was. Like, it wasn't like, oh, people were calling up making fun and she was just ignoring. She knew who these people were. She knew that Cruiser was calling it.
Did you?
She
You
knew
know,
that.
when she tells you over and over that she doesn't like it. She has told you so many times. She's lost her patience.
Well, that's why I left. That's why I left. Yeah.
yeah, but the thing
Yep.
is, with
I was
that,
told.
like she would say things like, "I don't like this, I don't like that," but she'll still take people back that have done it in the previous times.
Because she knows that that's what got her views. She's only got 10 people in there now, and she's starting to realize, you know, oh, well, I want what I had 5 months ago, and she's gonna get that back, but then she doesn't want to lose her channel at the same time. So.
Well, her channel is basically, I suppose, it is her livelihood, but she's going about it the wrong way, you know. And it's hard now because YouTube are extremely strict. They crack down on anything now. Well, Noodles, you've been quite successful so far. Sometimes I wonder how, but you've been okay.
But
But
has
Charlotte,
he?
sorry, Wanda.
But has he, Andrew? But has he?
Yes and no.
Well,
Yes and no.
I've been successful. So my whole thing was I wanted to create this character, and I wanted to make it so that it didn't matter how many times you took down the channel, I'd still have it. You know, like I could still come in as Noodles, whatever. Now I'm starting to think I want to start making money. I want to start getting donations. I want to start getting more people involved.
Okay.
I just don't know how to go about it. You know, I'm serious.
I'll meet you in.
Yeah.
I'll meet you in New York City, and you're going to eat the most expensive hamburger with me and the ice cream man.
Now that is content.
Okay.
Yep, and we're
I'll do
doing that. The sale of the house is on the 7th. I have some things to tie up in Boston up until the following week, which is the Monday. I'll come and meet you then that month, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's the 11th or the 12th, something like that. I'll meet you that day, and we can film you eating the most expensive hamburger. I'm going to eat the most expensive hot dog because I love hot dogs.
Okay. I'm down.
I'm going to eat the $1,000 ice cream.
So, Linda, you've got not long to go then before you move.
Yeah. Woohoo! 3-week vacation. Woo-hoo.
Yeah.
Not vacation in 2 years.
Yeah.
I could actually cancel all that, Andrew, and come to Scotland, you know.
Yeah, well, you know, my house is always open. I was going to say my country, but I don't really sound like Noodles, you know.
I know. Noodles is so full of them. I have a feeling Noodles is not going to like that hamburger.
Why?
Because, you know,
Why wouldn't I like
it's the
it?
most expensive hamburger, and it's got all sorts of crazy ingredients you might not like.
Oh, come on. You're talking about I'll eat anything as long as there's no crab or shellfish in there. I'll die.
You'll die.
I'm allergic to shellfish. Well, yeah, I'm
Remember
allergic
the
to
shellfish. Remember the shellfish. Plenty of shells.
That would get a lot of views.
Yeah, imagine that. That'd be great.
Final stream.
Bring your EpiPen.
So, buddy, let me ask you a question. Do you think interacting with other YouTubers not in this community is the way to go?
I interact with everybody. Everything is a social climb, even if the person doesn't have as many subs as you. The fact that you're out and it's not your same old boring. We don't want to hear people talk about themselves, and nobody wants to hear it. They want to see you interacting with people. I would love to. On the way, I'm stopping in Milford, Connecticut anyway, but I should just go and pick up Michelle and take her out to eat and film her, you know, going out to eat.
You say that now, Linda, but you might regret that afterwards.
Really? Again, it's views. It's interesting to see what she's like outside her little bubble.
fair enough.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
you're in a restaurant, so you're ordering food to see what she's like instead of listening to her. You know,
You're in a safe place. That's what it is.
So you think interacting with YouTubers in real life, but live streaming it is the way to go, right?
Well, it's not to me. It's to you. I think. Wonder.
I think she cut out because this is what I've been talking about for the past year.
Well,
going
how
real life, 2021.
Well, when you interacted with Mark, Dave, did you enjoy it? Did you enjoy the?
I enjoyed half of it, yeah.
Right.
And up until that point, yeah, that was unfortunate, but
Yeah.
it was,
I'm glad.
yeah. I mean, I'm going out on the 4th. I'm going down to Maryland. I'm gonna reach out to that. I'm gonna do a rally with that guy, Slingshot Warrior.
So this
And,
is you're actually doing this.
Yeah. Maryland's not that far, so I'll drive out there after work on Friday, and I'll be down there on the 4th. Hang
Are
out
you
with
getting-
them,
are
do
you
the
getting
rally, and then
vaccinated?
go home.
are you getting vaccinated?
Yeah, so I don't know if I've explained this like 500 times. So New York City is going to mandate that if you're going to be working in any of these buildings,
Uh-oh.
He's
Did we
cutting
lose
out.
him?
I think so. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Will Robinson.
Not long enough.
Warning. Where did he go?
all right, when the
Yeah.
when the FDA gets this,
Can't hear
they're
words.
going to mandate that we get it at work, and once they do that,
The only worry I've got, Dave.
yes, I'm going to get the vaccine. Yes,
All right. Okay.
yes,
Dave
I
is
will be
getting
getting the vaccine.
Yeah, you're getting the vaccine. Cool.
Yeah.
Are you happy with that, or?
No, I'm not happy with the pandemic. I'm not happy that people are being.
I'm saying right.
Yeah.
Right. So, are you? What the only worry I think
I'm actually going to this rally.
Uh-huh.
I'm actually going to this rally because, I truly believe that if some of the state and the federal government shouldn't penalize these people for wanting to do this or not wanting to do it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna get it.
Are you not worried about if you get caught up too much in something like that? I mean, don't get me wrong. I approve it. Everyone's right to protest, but it could get too extreme. You've got to be careful of that. And bear in mind, if you've got a responsibility, i.e., real life work, stuff like that, you don't want to jeopardize anything.
So like I said, as soon as this vaccine's FDA approved,
right.
our company is going to mandate that we get it because we're going to need to get it to go into these buildings. If we don't get it, they're not going to allow us into any of these buildings, and I won't work. So I'm going to get it, but the company's going to pay me for the day to go get it. All right. Now, once that happens, I'm telling you right now, if someone doesn't want to go get it, I don't think that they should be fired. I don't think that they should not be allowed in a building.
I totally agree.
Based on what we know right now with the vaccine, it's not curing it. It's not.
It's not foolproof, basically.
Well, are you vaccinated? Andrew?
You're cutting out. You're cutting out a bit.
Are you vaccinated?
Yes, I am.
Andrew.
I am. Well, in
Okay.
what they would
So-
name vaccine. Yes, I am.
Okay, so my question to you is, do you think you can't get COVID because
I
you're
can 100%
vaccinated?
get COVID. No. I don't believe the fact that you could be 5 times vaccinated. You can still get it.
Can you still transmit vaccine? Can you still transmit COVID if you're vaccinated?
You can.
Okay.
You can.
So why are they saying that it's mandatory to get into these buildings that you get vaccinated? I don't understand. What, you're not hurting anyone except yourself.
I would say because they don't know enough. They're just not pretending, but they're assuming that they know that's what's stopping the spread and the death
But
rate.
but they know for a fact that hold on, Woody. They know for a fact that people who are vaccinated are still getting this.
Right, but
They're still getting COVID.
Yeah, but they're not.
But they're not getting the symptoms.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
And, but they're still getting it. They're still contracting it, and they're still transmitting it. So what I'm saying is because I'm not vaccinated, right?
Okay.
Because I'm not vaccinated, the only thing you got to do is wear the mask. That's it. We've been doing it for how many years? Almost 2 years now.
Without offending anyone that's actually vaccine or pro-vaccine, should I say? I personally think we're getting to the stage. We'll eventually get to the stage where we'll be, what's the word? Herd immunity. We will achieve herd immunity.
Herd immunity.
Yeah, that's.
So I can't come and see you then if you're not going to get vaccinated.
Why is that?
That's a good point.
I can't be around somebody who's not vaccinated.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
That's so risky.
For who?
For me and my health. I don't want to wear my mask in front of you. I have to wear my mask all day at work. I'm vaccinated, but
so you don't have to wear your mask. I'll wear my mask.
Yeah, but what
I
is?
just won't die from it.
Yeah, but what is
vaccinated? Let me put it this way. I work in Manhattan every day, and I'm talking about buildings that are filled with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of guys. All right.
Okay.
I have not gotten it. Thank God. I'm very lucky. I'm extremely lucky. Right. I do everything I can to keep clean and keep away from people. I mean, Whitty, no offense. Yeah, I'm not going to be hugging you or, getting.
That's ridiculous, Dave. I think that's
offended.
silly. I think that's silly.
How dare you?
Because honestly, I'll be honest with you guys. I think people probably there's a huge population that probably had this and they don't even know it, and it's gone. They've had it and it's gone.
But they're saying that's not true. They're saying that if you've been tested, that they can tell if you had it. You would have the antibodies.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, right now.
Every single time I've been tested, they said I haven't had the antibodies. So,
okay.
And I was just tested last week.
Well, Tasha, I don't really have any strong feelings. I mean, obviously it's a personal decision for anybody, But me personally, with my health, I got to be extra careful. But I don't really bother people if they don't want to get it. It's a scary thing.
Have you had both?
It is
injections.
Yeah, and I was terrified. I was afraid I was going to die in my sleep. I was so scared because, I'm recovering from a major surgery and I'm, not the healthiest right now. And I was afraid I was going to get that. I was going to become very ill. I wasn't going to, you know what I mean? Like all sorts of crazy things because it's new.
Well, you consulted a physician before you got it, right? I mean, they said there wasn't an issue, right? Or a possibility that you were going to die from the vaccine.
Nobody can predict something like that. No doctor would ever tell me that. But I couldn't go back to work unless I had it, so I didn't have a choice.
Same. That's the reason why I had to get it too. Yeah.
But I didn't kick a fuss about it. I didn't go nuts and like.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
If it's going to protect other people, then I'm happy to do it.
It's not going to protect. It's not going to protect other people. It's going to protect solely you.
Yeah.
I think that's why people get confused, and I think that's why it's coming back, because even though you're vaccinated, it doesn't mean that you're not going to get it and not transmit it. So people are walking around New York City right now with their masks off, thinking, "Oh yeah, it's fine." But there's a lot of people that didn't get vaccinated.
Yeah,
and I
see that all the time.
I kind of feel like it is too early to take off the masks. It is. I mean.
Well, there are people that resent it. And like I said, it's a personal choice. People are going to resent it. They're going to bring up their rights. And in a lot of ways, they are correct. It does take away their rights to make their own decisions in their life. But I don't know what else to say. I mean, we have come through this before, with the polio and all that. The Spanish flu,
Well,
which wiped
Yeah,
out a lot.
exactly. It's like any other disease. I mean, it's just the same
yeah, but
thing.
this
I
is
don't.
this is beyond that, where they're now restricting you from going out in public to public events to public places. I mean, you could say, well, we didn't allow people in the schools that were vaccinated or weren't vaccinated with this stuff, but we're talking about people that want to go to stores, that want to go shopping, that want to do whatever.
Yeah.
And the last time this has happened is segregation. Blacks weren't allowed in certain stores because they were black.
So are
They
you
weren't allowed to drink from certain fountains.
Are you saying? Do you think there's more of a sinister element behind this one?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there's anything like that. But my point is that if this country was still being run by a guy named Donald Trump,
Right.
they would bring out hundreds of black people who weren't vaccinated, and they would say this new rule is a new form of 21st century segregation, and they would blame Donald Trump. And I would agree with that. I believe that this is segregation. They're segregating people from interacting with each other based on their choices.
But then, how
Um,
would you transpire that to other countries that might be doing the
I don't
same?
think so, because I stopped smoking because it was affecting other people in restaurants and in bars, and nobody went apeshit on that. Oh, want to smoke? I want to smoke in my local. I mean, yeah, they said it at first, but
you could smoke outside. I mean, you don't have to go to a restaurant to smoke, and you can go to a smoking bar where there's smokers.
no,
I mean,
not
if they told you,
cigars.
hey,
Only cigars. They only have cigar bars. They don't have cigarettes.
no,
Cigar
you
bar?
could smoke cigarettes. You could smoke cigarettes in cigar bars.
You actually
Telling
have
you.
a difference in bars. Like,
I'll bring you to one. I'll bring you to one. We'll go live from it.
Really?
There's one. There's right. Yeah, there's one right on the border of Pearl River, New York, and Montvale. It was a steakhouse at one time. Now it's a cigar bar.
In
And I go
Montvale.
there with my buddy.
I love Montvale.
I'm sorry?
I love Montvale.
Yeah, it's right on the border. Do you remember where the old McDonald's was? Right on the border of Montvale and Pearl River.
No.
This was back in the day. Well, that's what it was. It was the old McDonald's. It was like it wasn't actual McDonald's. It was a restaurant called McDonald's.
Like he's coming to
one
America.
of those. One of those. restaurants.
Remember his name was McDonald? Woody, I hated working in pubs. Well, we owned the pub, remember, Charlotte? Me and my dad owned that pub.
Yeah,
Yeah.
work when you. I mean, I can still remember smoking in bars and stuff like that, and I've always said, well, why not have one bar or give the bars a choice? Say you can have a smoking bar or a non-smoking bar. I guarantee you, most people would go to the smoking bar, and then they'd change their tune.
I have a feeling that like most of the stuff with the vaccine and smoking itself, I think it was they were trying to cover their asses. Like people don't really know much about this virus, and I'm surprised there hasn't been any lawsuits yet with people getting sick. And I think that I think that businesses, I think that property managers are very nervous about what's about to happen, because I think there will be some kind of lawsuit eventually over this crap.
Dave, I think there might be more than just one. I think there's going to be lawsuits for years and years after this.
Oh yeah, I plan on suing with the old company I used to work for. Check this out. They sent me to NYU Langone at the height of the pandemic. NYU Langone is like the fucking mecca of Manhattan for medicine. All right? They send me to this place. They find out that a guy I had been working with for 8 hours in a room, because they isolated us in this building. You weren't allowed to roam around this building.
Right.
I was isolated with this guy for 8 hours. Turns out he tests positive for COVID. I went to my project. My project manager told me about this. I said, "What should I do?" He goes, "Well, if you have any symptoms, go to the hospital." He didn't tell me to stay home. He didn't tell me. The very next day, they sent me to the Google building in Manhattan. I go there. Guy I was working with asked, "Where have I been?" because he was nervous about it. He had an elderly father. And I said I was at NYU Langone, and I was told yesterday that we were exposed to it.
Right. Okay.
And there was big freak out, and they said, "Don't worry about it, blah, blah, blah." The supervisor who was in the building with me that very day, the very next week, was coughing up blood, and his entire family got it. So
No, excuse me.
yeah, this company, who was at the time partnered up with United Technologies and Raytheon, sent me knowing that I was fully exposed to COVID
Yeah.
into a major building, a major facility at Google in Manhattan, knowing full well that I was exposed, and
That's crazy.
told me that I had to go to work. If I didn't go to work, they weren't going to pay me.
You weren't going to get paid. Yep.
Yeah.
That's insane. But
I'll definitely sue them. Yeah.
I don't blame you. I think a lot of people are going to be doing the same thing. Once this is finally settled down, people are going to say, right, it's time for the lawsuits to come out, and there's going to be
And for the record, I was let go due to the pandemic. They told me this is what it was about. They were nervous. They didn't know they were cutting back, and they didn't know if New York City was going to open again. They didn't know when it was going to open again. They didn't know when these new projects were going to happen, and they didn't treat us well. They withheld. I got 3 weeks of COVID pay. They let me go, and they said you can't have that because you're not an employee.
Wow.
They cut me a severance package, and they said, "See you later." And you know what else? You know what they did with the severance package, which was totally scummy? They gave it to me in 3 checks, and that was so that they could fucking write that off.
Okay. Yeah.
Scumbags.
Yep.
Well,
I got nailed.
Let me ask you guys something. Let's just say it's 20 years earlier, 20 years ago, and somebody was doing a survey for the two of you and said, what if this scenario happened? What would you do? What if there was a pandemic and almost 1 million people died within a year and they had this vaccine? Would you and your family take the vaccine? What would you say 20 years ago?
Yeah, I would have been like, yeah. I would have been like, yeah, and I would have run to the hills. I would have been living up in the mountains. That's what I would have said. Yeah.
No,
yeah, of course.
I would say, yeah, it's done and dusted absolutely straight away. Wouldn't hesitate. It's I think because you could say 20 years ago, now fast forward 20 years later, and now it's happened.
Well, that's because the media and the media is
absolutely.
Yeah.
There's so much misinformation out there, and anyone can say anything.
Right.
They can say, "Oh, this vaccine does this to you. It does that to you. It gives you a third arm, a third cock, or a second cock, or whatever."
Microchip. Yeah. And
all
people
that
are
stuff.
afraid. People are afraid. They don't want to say they're afraid. They want to use those excuses that Andrew just said. You're going to grow a third arm. They're using excuses because they're afraid.
Yep. And there's so much. And 20 years ago, you couldn't have access to that information, and that's exactly why you probably would take the vaccine without a doubt. You'd be like, "Yep, I'm having it straight away."
Yeah.
Now I still say am I glad I've got it? Yes, I am, but I'm still not 100% convinced because it's still early days. It's still early days with this whole thing. People think, "Oh, right, okay, we've got it. We've got this thing beat." We don't have this thing beat. I think it will eventually become something that we've got to learn to live with. And,
but you're doing everything possible to protect yourself.
Yeah,
and you've done everything. Yeah, and you've done everything possible to the best of your knowledge to protect other people, right?
Yep, that too. Yeah, because you've got to. I mean, at the end of the day, one thing I would say though is like, why didn't we do this with flu? Flu's a normal thing that happens every single. It doesn't happen necessarily every single winter season. It can happen any season. Anyone can get the flu any time. So why don't we wear masks all the time? Why have we not worn masks for the last 50 years? Something like that.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but before the pandemic in Manhattan, I noticed tons of Asians walking around with these masks, years before.
Oh yeah,
years before.
Yeah.
And I remember asking, someone at work about this. I'm like, what is this? Because it was weird. And this guy was Asian. He was actually from Japan, and he said, "Oh, we do that in Japan actually because if we're sick, we'll go outside, and we don't want anyone else getting sick, so we wear the mask." We
Well,
didn't think
Right.
like that 2 years ago. You know,
overpopulated.
we just
It's incredibly overpopulated, and everybody is very, very close together, especially on the street. So it does keep them a little bit more healthy.
and that's also coming from a culture that doesn't shake hands either. They're very conscious.
That is
No,
actually a very
I'm
good
serious.
point,
Think
because
about that. They don't.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Let's
But
all
I-
get masks permanently sewn to our faces.
But I could never get into. I will never be able to say, "Oh, I'm happy to elbow bump somebody." No, it's just not who I am as a person. I can't do that. If I if it's going to come down to that, I might as well just throw myself off Anita's cliff. You know?
That is so stupid. I've seen that on TV, and I just, oh no, I'm not doing that nonsense.
No, I'm definitely not okay with that. You know, I just want to. If you want to say hello to somebody, even somebody you've never met, I'm the sort of person. Say hi, how you doing? Grab their hand, just say shake their hands, and that's it. You know, until later on, of course, and you never know what goes on later on. But elbow bumping, no, that's just not a thing. I do, you know, it's definitely not.
That's the way.
Well, if you think about it, this couldn't have happened at a more perfect time, because we're like right on the cusp of like, people don't want to interact with people in real life anymore. It's easier to go on the computer, talk to people, you know, work from home. People are doing that now.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, if this happened, if this happened maybe 100 years ago, it'd be like, holy shit, 'cause you gotta deal with everyone. You can't just call someone up on the phone 100 years ago. You know, so now it's a little bit easier. Very lucky.
Yeah. But we take a lot of things for granted now. As you were saying earlier on, Dave, you were saying about being lucky and stuff like that. That sort of ties
Yep.
into that sort of thing as well.
Yeah, I just think that you know, people. I think the norm is going to be, people are going to work from home. They're not going to want to interact or touch people anymore, and
Which
I
is
don't think
sad.
that's a bad
I
thing.
find that I do think that's a sad thing, because humans are by nature a sociable breed, in my opinion.
Did you hear the report that alcoholics don't get COVID? How cool
Probably
is
because
that?
they've neutralized it
Yeah.
with all the.
Think about it. Just drink alcohol every day. You'll never get it.
I
Well,
might
that's
try
what
that.
that's how they used to purify water back in the whenever you see those old West movies, they're always at the saloons. They used to pour alcohol into water to purify it. People used to drink alcohol purified water.
Yummy.
That's what they used to call spirits. They would add spirits to water.
Where is a
Yeah.
TARDIS when you need one? You know what I mean? Where the hell's a TARDIS when you need one? Get me back to the 1800s.
Andrew, we want to hear about Scotland.
Oh, you don't hear too much. Although, having said that, the last few days have been pretty hot, amazingly, strangely. But it's not that exciting. It depends where you are. I mean, I'm up in the northern wastes. I mean, literally wastes. You know.
In
So
the West.
Well, I'm nearer Norway than I am London. Let's put it that way.
Really? Nice.
Yeah, I'm pretty up there. I'm pretty far up north.
I like to watch the drone footage for Scotland. It's so beautiful. So beautiful. Oh my God. And everybody's so friendly. Not miserable.
Oh, depends which place you go to. You know, depends where you are, and
Well, positivity comes from, what's the word? When you speak and
my friendliest customers, Linda, have always been from Texas, and I've
Oh.
always said this. My hotel, you know, the people that came in there, they've always been from Texas, or some of like Alabama is the other one. They've always been so nice and friendly. But people from France and Germany, no,
oh yeah,
not
that's
quite
true.
the same thing.
That's true.
But yeah, it's just but we're such a tiny little place, you know. But there's a lot to see. There's a lot to see.
Yeah. When do you think?
I know you've been down to Royal Ascot and stuff, and I've never been down there. And,
When do you think? Will it be in your lifetime? Do you think you'll see independence completely with a
I
prime
don't
minister?
think never.
You don't think so? Not in your lifetime?
Never.
You were so close. A few years back.
Yes, we were, but I was personally I was against it because we'd be left on our own. We'd be totally
But you
left
basically are
isolated.
anyway. You have your own.
Yes, but we're protected by the Americans.
What?
As a UK, we're protected by the Americans because we have their missiles here. You know, so if anything goes wrong here, you know, they'll know.
It's called a nuclear umbrella, Woody.
Yeah.
It's called a nuclear umbrella.
Well, I get it, but a lot of countries are like that. Well, look at New Zealand. They hang in there on their own. They're a tiny little country.
True, but they don't have the same sort of clout.
You
I don't
already
Yeah, no one
have
cares
your-
about New Zealand.
You have your own military. You have your own parliament. So I don't get it. Like the only thing that's missing.
Oh,
Have your own
difficult
money?
one. No, I am proud. I'm proud of being a British person rather than a Scottish person.
Really?
I really am. Yeah.
Okay, Char, come on.
simply
Let's be honest.
because-
Andrew, what's the difference between whiskey and scotch?
Oh, one is a bourbon and one is Scotch is Scotch. Whiskey is bourbon.
Yeah,
It's sweet.
well-
It's horrible.
Bourbon is not.
Oh.
I mean, I can drink bourbon, but I would drink anything. But
Bourbon. No, I cannot
I'm
drink
not a
whiskey.
huge fan of bourbon. But I'm not a huge fan of whiskey either.
Oh, I love Scotch. Oh my God, I love Scotch. If we go to a cigar bar, that's
What about
I
Pete? What about
Go on.
Pete smoked scotch? You ever had that?
I have had it. Again, I'm not a fan of whiskey in general. If it came to if I had to drink something like that, like I was forced to drink something, you know, you don't need to force me to drink anything. But I would say probably I would drink a single malt. You know, I just don't like whiskey at all. I just don't like it. I don't like the
You're
smell.
not supposed to like it.
It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
Oh, but it's so
I hate- I
good
hate
when
all
it's open. It's so warm.
No.
Close your nose. Take a swig. It feels so good when it's down there.
It'll help me
Really?
sleep, that's for sure.
Oh my God, yes. I'm so happy when I drink Scotch.
Oh my god.
And there's so many different kinds of scotch. I mean, you get double malts and triple malts and
Yeah.
single malts and stuff like that. And like, you know, people say to me, they'll come in and say, "Can I have this, that?" And I was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" I'm like, "I don't know. I don't know anything about whiskey." I just say, "Just go and have a look, and you can tell me." That's what I say to them every time.
What's your favorite Scottish dish?
There is no such thing.
What is?
Like what? I never been to a Scottish restaurant.
I'm
Haggis.
outta
bursting
here.
so many
Haggis.
bubbles here right now. I feel, you know,
Haggis is good. Haggis is
it is good,
unbelievable.
but
Oh.
Linda, you try getting people to try that when you tell them exactly what it is.
You
They're
don't.
like,
It
"No,
tastes
I
like
am
ground
not."
beef. Noodles. It tastes like ground beef. It's
It
so
really is
tasty.
nice. It is nice.
It's very nice. It almost tastes
Yeah,
like.
but why do you have to use why do you have to use the intestines? Why can't you just cook the ground beef?
It's called
It's
tradition.
You eat Italian sausage. What do you think that is? What do you think it's
Yeah, but
wrapped in? It's wrapped in the
Ugh.
intestines, and that's what you eat. Every
Yeah,
time
but
you-
but that's very thin. That's
Oh,
that cooks off. The haggis is like the lower intestine, right?
You're
Where the
thinking
shit
F-
comes out.
No, it's all chopped up. They cook it with oats. Is it oats?
Yeah, oats. That's right.
They cook it with oats, and it tastes like a cross between ground beef and ground venison. It is so.
It is really good. Yeah. And
It's
it's
not-
good
Is it gamey?
No,
No,
it's just so mild and so delicious. I'm telling you, I would never tell you such a thing.
Huh.
We made it every year on whatever that holiday was. But we got the ones from Sainsbury's. You just boil it in a bag. I've never been to a restaurant and had it.
That's what I do. That's what I do, Linda. I get it from Sainsbury's as well.
Right?
Yeah,
You
I've
just
never-
boil it, just pop it in, boil it, crack it open. And it's just as good.
I've never seen a wild haggis in my entire life. You know, I know where they come from, but just finding a wild one is pretty hard to do.
Scotch eggs I don't like for some reason. I don't know why. The outside doesn't taste as good as it should taste. Like it should
No,
taste
Charlotte's saying Scottish eggs. What the hell is Scottish eggs?
Well, okay, Scotch
an egg
eggs. I'm
wrapped
presuming.
in sausage meat, right?
Yeah, yeah. You have the basically it's like a semi boiled egg inside the middle of the meat. And sometimes you can cover it with breadcrumbs and stuff like that, and it's nice. It's actually really nice as well.
In theory, it sounds nice, but every time I've eaten it, I've never. I know, because I love sausage, and I love the idea of sausage encased. The eggs encased in sausage, but it never tastes the way I think it's going to taste.
Right.
Proper Scotch egg is maybe if I had it in Scotland, yeah, we could. But of course, it's usually Waitrose or Sainsbury's. So there you go.
Oh God, Waitrose.
So what's the closest thing to Scottish delicacy? It's what? It's like pub food over here, right?
Yeah,
Like if you go to a bar.
home
You know,
cooking, Plowman's.
yeah.
I love Plowman's. Yeah.
Or if somebody was to say, "Here's a pheasant pie," or "Here's a grouse pie," that
Oh,
might be
oh,
Yeah.
Yes, pheasant's
Something
that
delicious.
sounds so
pheasant-
ghoulish.
Oh, look at my video. I'm making pheasant for
No,
Christmas dinner.
pheasant's nice. Pheasant's
Pheasant's
nice.
delicious.
If
Yeah,
you
no,
cook pheasant properly, it is really good. It's really good.
So everybody knows I do have a video of me making pheasant. Just so you know,
I haven't seen that. I'll have to watch that one.
I make it every year around Christmas time.
Witty, would you ever do a pheasant hunt with me
Yeah.
and
Only for
record it? You
food,
want to do
though.
that?
I don't. I would
Yeah,
never
yeah.
do it. Okay. I'd never kill an animal for sport, only to eat.
Oh, Woody, we gotta do it.
Just
There's a
talk
place
about
called
that part.
Woody. There's a place called Catskill Pheasantry. I usually go there every year. I haven't gone since the pandemic. It's only $130, and we can split it between the both of us. They give us a dog and shotguns, and you go out to this field. Yeah, the dog. They give you 2 dogs, and the dogs find the birds for you, and then they fly up in the air, and you shoot them.
You know they don't fly. Right?
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
It's so
What
much
kind of
fun.
dogs are they? Are they like beagles?
No, I had 2 labs last time.
Oh my God, where is that? And when can we go?
Catskill Pheasantry. It's up in the Catskills somewhere. I forgot the name. But we can. I guess if they're open, we can go whenever. It's
Can we do it
cheap
like-
too.
Okay. Can we do it right away, like right after the closing? Can we do it like around the?
Yeah.
11th?
Yeah, as long as they're open, we should go.
We'd definitely film that. That'd be good.
Yeah,
Film that.
yeah,
And then we cook it after, right?
yeah. So that's the good thing. So once you pay for it, you tip the guy $20. He takes it back to this house. They fucking clean the thing for you. They put it in a Ziploc a sealed air sealed bag for you. And you take it home.
Oh, I want to so do that. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, guys,
Yeah.
you've heard it here first. Noodles and Linda are going to be doing pheasant eating and
Okay, first of all,
Hunting,
I'm not
yeah.
calling him
hunting.
noodles
Yeah.
in
yeah.
public. I'm not calling him noodles in public.
Okay, all right.
He's going to call me Witty all day, and I am not tempted to call him noodles.
Now, that would be quite funny. You're going to slip up sometime. Come on, it's going to happen.
I don't think I can because it just sounds so crazy. Noodles. This is the man they love to torment. Noodles.
I think you might need to make a separate channel for this one.
Okay, so tell us what other kind of pies that you eat over there in Scotland.
Well, you obviously got the steak and kidney, which is a more British thing.
Steak and kidney.
Yes.
Yeah.
so
Oh,
good.
come on. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh my god. Such ghoulish shit, man.
Oh, come on. Listen, you have not lived until you've tried a bit of kidney or
Yeah.
heart or liver. all
Oh
that
yeah.
stuff. Liver's amazing.
Yeah.
Liver-
I've had heart before.
Yeah, I
You- Calf heart, right? Yeah.
yeah, but
It was like a really chewy steak. It was a really chewy steak.
right. It's not cooked properly.
Do you boil it first and then cook it? Like you fry it or what?
I don't
Hear it.
know. I've never cooked it, so I'm just
He'd eat steak and kidney pie, but you don't tell him there's kidney in it. Just tell him it's steak pie and he'll eat it.
yeah.
But it
yeah.
tastes like, liverwurst. Remember liverwurst as a kid? You'd eat liverwurst sandwich.
It's-
It's like bologna.
Same sort of smell and taste. Yeah.
Yeah, same thing. Liverwurst,
Mm-hmm.
pate. It's all the same. It tastes yummy. Liver and bacon, yeah.
My father actually literally ate monkey brains when he worked in Nigeria. In the
Oh
80s.
my god.
He
It's
literally tried it.
delicacy.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
Oh,
Yeah. I can do it. Don't get me wrong, but
that's how AIDS. That's how AIDS started.
that's
Wasn't it
what
from
they
a monkey?
That's what they said. So we were panicking, thinking, "Oh my god, my dad's brought home AIDS to the house."
we just say AIDS, David. We just say AIDS.
But no, thankfully he didn't. So he must have got lucky. He must have hit the right part. That's all I'm gonna say.
Fantorgasm says, "Why is Abby dying when there are so many kidneys around that people can just eat them?"
If only it was that simple.
After what Anderson said yesterday, I'm very concerned.
You think that's true though?
Nobody says no to a kidney. If somebody had a kidney to offer, the first thing you do is run and get it. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Well, I hope nobody is actually needing the kidney, and that's
No, I think it's true. I think he offered it, and she said no. I've heard this before. I've heard this from Carrie Bridges.
But you can live with one kidney, can't you?
No, you have to have dialysis at least.
Oh,
3 times a
okay,
week.
yeah, right. Okay.
I mean, you can, but dialysis sucks. That's a 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, I think it's like hours a day, isn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, I heard from I didn't personally hear it from Carrie Bridges, but Carrie Bridges has said that before, that she doesn't have end stage. But then this could be depression and suicidal attempts that keep her in the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Because she did have a PICC line, and I thought it was really weird to have a PICC line, unless PICC lines are for people who are really sick. So I thought that was weird.
Yeah. I don't know what to say about that. I don't even know who Abby is, so I might have to need to do some more research.
Oh well, what can you do?
But Phantasm or Phantorgasm is saying they would say yes to a kidney, and I've already got 2 good ones. So you'd like to have 3 kidneys?
Well, I have 3 because they don't take.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
They don't take the old one out. Too many connective tissues to take out. It takes about 5 to 8 hours to remove a kidney from your donor.
Okay.
So they don't want to do that twice to the person who's receiving the kidney. That would mean 20-hour surgery. They leave it in. It doesn't do any harm.
So how long before it dissolves into your body? I mean, it's just dead now, right? It's not, or is it still functioning? Kind of.
It's kind of like there are parts of your body that don't have any use, as you're aware.
Yeah.
So it doesn't.
Hair.
Yeah, it doesn't. Hair. Hair has very good use. Eyelashes have a use.
Liver.
My husband didn't know how much he appreciated his eyelashes until he lost them through chemo, and he's like, "Oh my God, the dirt and dust get in my eyes. I don't have any eyelashes." So it's amazing when you lose things. But there are things like, what are your tonsils for?
Yeah, but this is a fairly large object in your body. This isn't like now you got another one in there. That's is there any discomfort? Do you feel it moving around in there, or is it? No, I'm serious because Woody, when I had that cyst, when I had that cyst on my kidney, I felt it. I felt like I was gonna freaking blow up, and my whole side was gonna split. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. They said it was the size of a softball. I was like, get out of here.
I have a little Alabama in me, a little Alabamian in me. Every time I have a brain fart, I say, "Oh, it's the kidney." Booby.
All right. Well, I just got home. I'm gonna head in. I gotta eat my dinner and then take the dogs out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll seriously. I'm gonna send you the link to that to that Catskill place. And, figure something.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
Andrew, thank you, Andrew. I'm glad that I got to talk to you about what we talked about, the comment. So I hope everything's right. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. All right.
Get together and start composing some music. If I wrote the words, for example, could you possibly write the music?
Yeah, easy.